Hey Chooms, welcome back. It's another season. We're going to be going through the EuroTour this time with the Orphans, who escaped from Night City's combat zone by the skin of their teeth with the help of the rocket launcher that they stole from Pink Eye. Anyway, welcome back, Chooms.
Yeah, good to be back.
How's your summer going so far?
Hot. That's all I can say. It's Florida. It's fucking hot.
Oh, jeez. All right, so
Truly a terrible experience.
Florida does
Here
not
it's
sound.
starting to rain. Here, at least in the Philippines, it's starting to rain a lot.
Wow, getting floods.
Close to it, I think in some places, but no super flood yet, like which is usually because of typhoons.
Oh, for real. That must be awkward. A leak in the building.
Yo, fuck me, dude. I buy RimWorld just a few days before the Steam sale. And now,
Too early. You jumped in on it too early.
too early. I kept hearing it rarely goes on sale, so, I didn't expect it to happen. But
Damn.
here we go.
They just hustled you right there, huh?
Yeah.
All right, well,
I've been inflated.
check out number 17 on the map here of Night City. That's where you guys are headed, Night City International Airport. You're taking your flight to Liverpool. How did you get your flight to Liverpool, you ask? Well, that's a good question. It turns out that Toma pulled some strings with, the network, who managed to get you this gig working for Jack Entropy's part of their security team and or roadie team. You guys are going to be lifting equipment, and they got you passes, like tourist passes, visas, I guess what you want to call them. In Europe, I think they call them packs. Hold on a sec, let me make sure that that's right.
Oh, we finally have legit ID.
Well, yeah, but it's not a legit one. It's a fake one, obviously. Haha.
We always gotta get the cheap shit.
So yeah, because you guys were asking about that last time, but it turns out that the only person that you knew, Jenna Swale, who could do that kind of stuff, got shot. She's dead now. So anyway,
Oh, she's dead. I thought you were. Okay.
I mean, didn't she die? I don't remember.
It wasn't her fault.
It wasn't her fault.
No, yeah. It wasn't us, and I think she did die.
I thought we were just not sure if she's dead or she's underground or something.
It's a tough call. No body was found. Maybe trauma team got her. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, I'm still surprised about what they can heal in 2020.
I know, right? It's crazy. Totally crazy.
So, it's not too far beyond belief for her to have survived, actually.
Perhaps. But
Mayhaps.
But that's not something that you guys pursued. Or if you did, you didn't get in touch with her. Anyway, let's see here. You guys have any questions so far?
Apparently, I know who we're working for, out of game, but in game, do we know it's for, Jack Entropy, or?
Yes, you do, and
okay.
And so I mean, if you wanted to do some research, you could probably look up who Jack Entropy is.
No, yeah, I kind of want to know, well, in character, how how you got into this Toma. This is he's a big tomb over there. Oh, he's pretty big here too. How did he manage to get to this?
Well, so Toma is not talking about it, but you figure, that he basically just asked the network, for some way out of Night City, and they delivered.
A port in a storm. So, are we heading to the airport now, or are we already there?
I guess you guys are probably headed there now if you're not already there.
I guess we took the van and whatever.
Or maybe you left the van in the the Nomad encampment outside of Night City and you got a ride. There's a lot of different ways you can go there.
Yeah.
I doubt that you want to leave the van at the airport. Just saying.
No, yeah.
We're having Bessie flashbacks. Oh, right. Is Bessie going to come with your tour?
I don't think we could feasibly bring Bessie with us.
No. I thought Bessie would be alright.
We'll get a new Bessie with blackjack and hookers.
All right, so we'll go over your contract again. So be hired for at least 1 month and paid at the appropriate rate. You guys are basic roadies. So let's see here. I think you would get the Nomad rate for level 5 or level 6. I mean, depending on whether you're level 5 or level 6 family.
Mm-hmm. Shall I roll that now?
We'll just look at your skill level for family and that'll tell you.
I'm level 6 family.
So that'll give you a pay rate of level 6 family. Does that make sense?
Oh no, yeah, that's they have that in the core book. Depending on what level you are, you get a certain payout.
Exactly.
Oh shit! I don't have any of my sheets on my new computer. 1 second.
Yeah, I don't
I
have.
completely fucking forgot.
I don't have my auxiliary table set up either. Hold on.
I was about to say, oh yeah, let me go bring that up. I do not have that anymore.
Ah. It's not in the Roll20?
The core book, I don't think it is. I mean, I think it is, but I'm not sure if I have access to it. I think you have to buy,
I think for Nomads. Where's my core book? There it goes. Salary for Nomads. I think it was 1,000. 1,080 for level 5.
Yeah, that's.
Level 6.
That's really low.
Level
was
6
lower
is
than the
higher.
others.
Yeah, Nomads like low. Oops, here is. Yeah, for Nomads, so family 6, it's 1,500.
All right, so that's about it. You guys are getting the low end of the stick, but you guys do get out of Night City, which is really what you guys wanted.
Oh, yeah. We just wanted out of this hellhole.
Get me out of here.
Which is weird, because we wanted to go here to begin with, and now, it's fucked.
Yeah.
He just wants to move on from his girlfriend that loved him.
Living in cyber and the combat zone is no easy trick, as you soon discover.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, so some of you who have a family of 5 or lower will be getting 1,000 per month. Obviously, Toma is probably being paid a higher rate, but he's also doing other work.
Yeah.
So we get that after the gig, or is that our starting?
You will get paid every week. You got to show up first. All right. So there's also an opportunity for a bonus of up to an additional month's pay at the end if you follow the entire tour. Also based on performance. So you have to perform well. It's not just about surviving. All right, so you could probably get bigger e-bucks elsewhere. However, the real bonus is a high-profile entry on your resume. You get to say that you were on tour with Jack Entropy. And for folks who are non-Euros, this is huge. Because honestly, Europeans kind of regard folks over here in America as like barbarian classes of civilization right now. Also, the chance to log some time in country for the next time you want to work for EBM or Biotechnica, you'll have some experience of having worked in Europe. Not that matters to y'all non-corpos, but
Yeah, it's like okay, the nomads have credentials.
well, the tour will cover the cost of appropriate lodging. You'll stay in hotels for the most part. You have an address for a hotel in Liverpool where you're supposed to go to after you arrive. Let's see here. In less secure cities, maybe an exclusive compound will be rented with its own accommodations, workshops, etc. And anyone with relevant skills will be treated, to higher luxury standards.
Hey,
Hey.
Lovely.
Wasn't sure if y'all getting together. I came in earlier when I had to restart my computer. So
Uh,
I just decided to restart my computer since nobody was around.
I guess so. I was probably busy working on preparing, so I didn't log in right away. But glad you made
that's
it.
good.
I was just going over your guys' contract, and everybody's getting paid at their special ability level rate for their first month. There is an opportunity for bonus if you make it through the entire tour, based on performance, of course. You can also, increase your reputation score by being on this high-profile tour with one of the biggest names in rock and roll. The tour covers the cost. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was about to say paid and experience.
Oh, right. Well,
Right.
because the nomads are getting shit for pay, basically. You guys can roll an awareness notice check who aren't Toma, and Toma, you can roll a hide evade to kind of like hide the fact that anyway, yeah.
Awareness notice.
19.
Ooh.
Hey.
Toma, you gonna roll your hide and evade?
I can give you a roll here in just a second.
That's all
My
good.
my computer's still restarting, so I'm
Oh.
bringing it up on my phone.
That's fine. I'll move on to other
Shit,
stuff.
wait.
But eventually you'll roll that, and then you'll know. Anyway, so all associated non-Euros, that's you guys, will be issued provincial aliens cards. They're called PACs for short. So you guys both know that Toma is being paid a lot more than you all. It kind of slipped out. I don't know how.
What the fuck? Oh,
Wait a minute.
You're getting paid.
Wait, this
You
roll
know
is
that meme. It's like that meme. You guys are getting paid.
Just to make sure, what does it say that I rolled for high evade?
15.
15. Oh, you're using the app. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
the
trying
roller.
to rule it. I was trying to use it yeah, but
Yeah, the roller in the app is fucked.
Sorry about
So
that.
we have to reference
So, so you probably didn't roll at 15. You probably rolled something higher. Is that what you're saying?
I don't actually. I don't know. It doesn't.
You don't
I
have
don't
any
think anyone
skills
knows.
in hide evade. It looks like, and you probably just have
Yeah, no.
your reflex of 10, or intelligence
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, even then, like that just means I would have rolled like an average roll. It's fine.
Sure. So, for what it's worth, you did your best to try to keep that knowledge hidden from the other characters, but they found out anyway. Somebody was being
I mean,
extra.
it's not. I mean,
extra
guys,
nosy.
it's not like I was trying to hide it from you. It's just, I didn't want to, make you feel weird.
You're only making 500 ebb more a month anyway. It's not that much.
Yeah, guys, it's not. And it's like, it's just like a little extra on the top. It's not even like a huge difference. It's
Plus,
just,
you'll be doing more work than the other guys.
I get it. You're the face. You're the fixer now.
You're kind of our fixer slash,
Oh God, no.
okay.
Yeah.
Fixer slash net runner now.
Oh.
We understand, man.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So, has anybody gotten a call from Pink Eye? Have you heard from him?
You guys are not in
I don't know
communication
if
with
you should
him
remember.
anymore.
I don't know if you remember, but I don't know if we should be, hoping to hear back from Pink Eye anytime soon. We kind of.
Oh no, yeah, I know what we did. We kind of like knocked the air out of him, stole his shit. I just mean, we haven't gotten any angry voicemails or, threatening messages at all.
Yeah, no. Not that you know of.
Yeah, nothing that I know of, man. I mean, yeah, it's I mean, the less we hear, the better, though. I mean, he could be on Mars for all I know.
Yeah.
So before
Can you imagine Maelstrom on Mars?
Yeah, no.
Miss Chen from the network sends you guys a package to a PO box, which you guys have access to, and that in that package are your new provisional alien cards and your European IDs.
Nice.
Actually, they're not European IDs. Sorry, they are the you guys have those IDs on you already. They're the fake IDs you guys have been using. They just sent you packs with according to those IDs. So you don't really have fake IDs. You just have those IDs that you've been using. So as long as you kind of look like the person in the photo, and nobody looks too hard at it, you're gonna probably pass muster. The hardest part is gonna get through airport security. So depending on what you guys are using for your names, why don't you type that into the chat, and we'll try to bug it out, figure out what how closely you resemble the photograph of the individual, and also whether or not you'll need to do a disguise or something like that. Okay. Turbo, tell me a little bit about that ID. Where did you find it, and how did you come across it?
Oh. Oh, not that. And the ID that I have is Leo's ID for either two corpo guards, Rex 11 in large parts. I was thinking about the other ID I lost, but I think that was when I was pickpocket. I also lost that ID. I guess if I had to pick from the three, it would be. Would Leo has a specific like edge runner look, right?
Yeah, he's also transsexual or something like that. I mean, you could probably pull it off. Probably the easiest.
Yeah, because it can either be like a man or woman.
Exactly.
So yeah, I'll probably use Leo's ID.
Okay, so Leo has a last name, right? What is it?
What was their last name?
All right, I'll look it up.
Wasn't it something like ninja sounding?
I don't remember.
I don't have ability to write in the chat, but yeah, it's Rex 11.
Spelled ELEVN.
That's how I wrote it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, excellent.
All right, so you receive in the mail a provisional alien card for Rex 11, for Nigel Canterbrun, and for Leo. I get his last name in a second. So, I guess, are we missing some players, or is this the only people that wanted to play?
What's it? I forget who is on their honeymoon right now.
Oh, Wes, I think.
West.
Yeah.
So we'll assume that Wes has one of these fake IDs too, and I think Leo has.
He does. He has. Oh no, that's right.
Gustav. He has Gustav's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got Gustav's paperwork. So we'll say Gustav Rector is on the thing, and maybe he could even probably pass himself off as a solo. But since he's not here, we'll worry about that later.
Rusty can use Lars's ID since that's a drummery sounding name.
Well, he's already using Canterbury.
Yeah, that could work.
Is he using Nigel or the other one? You just gotta tell me.
Nigel Canterbone is.
Oh, you got another one?
That was- No, yeah, that was the first thing that came to mind, but
Oh, do you actually? I mean, I'm trying to ask you guys to pick from IDs you already have.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Let him use Lars Sparks then.
Lars Sparks.
Lars Sparks.
And Sparks was a he was a security guard at the
Sequina.
What was he a security guard at Norcross, or was he someone else?
No, that one was the one that, like, in fact, Turbo should also have that one, because I took the IDs off the Sequina guys, but Turbo should have the IDs off of Leo, which were both Leo's and the security guard from Norcross.
Okay, I'm confused now. Who's Lars Sparks?
Lars Sparks and Rex 11 are both Sequina security forces.
Is Sequina? I'm trying to remember where that was.
That was
Over on river.
Okay.
Yeah, we were on the river.
Yeah, that's the River Raider. That's the River Raider ride.
Right. Okay, so the River Corpos
Yeah.
Yep.
is Sequina.
But I don't have a name for the one that we got from the Norcross Guard, because I didn't collect that one. But I don't know if that's the one that.
Well, that's okay. Turbo's gonna use.
Listed.
That's okay, because Turbo's gonna use Leo's ID. Anyway.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find Leo's ID. Hold on.
All right, finally. Yeah, I had an update.
Did you guys watch that new episode of The Boys?
Oh, I haven't.
No.
I haven't had time. This is like, yeah, Friday night is like either we play a game or, well, actually sometimes I'll stay up super late after a game and watch something. But like every Saturday and sometimes Sundays too, past I don't know how many weeks, have been covering events for like Juneteenth and for parades and for stuff like that. So I haven't gotten to watch anything but I've got, yeah, no, it is nice because now I've got all this stuff set up on the, in the wait list, and I'm like twiddling my fingers over here because it's like I feel like I'm gonna have like a nice cache set up, and it's just gonna roll into edge runners.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking excited for that one.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a good one. Okay, so here's the deal. I pulled up Leo's character sheet, and it doesn't have a last name listed. So I'm going to use the automatic name generator. I don't think...
Not Rakatansky because
It can't be Rakatansky.
Anything but Rakatansky.
That was already taken. But you guys can, if you guys remember it being mentioned before, you guys can tell me.
That takes some severe brain power. I'm not really ready to expend all that on a Friday night.
All right, so you guys, whoever's using Leo's ID, roll a 1 through 10.
it's a D10.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Give me a second.
Nope, I don't know if that's good or not.
You rolled a 10? 1, 2,
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's Leo Fleming.
Fleming?
Fleming. Fleming. It's actually Leonardo is the full spelling.
I thought you were going to say his last name was Nardo.
That's what I thought he said.
Only
Double M?
only one M.
Oh.
And it's Leonardo. That's what it says on the ID. So that's how your pack comes is with Leonardo Fleming written on it.
Are you sure it's Da Vinci? All right, let's calm down.
Okay, so you guys are clear on your contracts. You guys got your IDs. Everybody knows who they are being. All right, so Turbo, you're gonna have to do a disguise roll to make yourself look a little bit more like Leo Fleming. That is.
Disguise would be tech. Yeah, disguise is tech. And let's put some bluff into that. 16.
All right, good. So you look reasonably similar to the photo. It would take probably a difficult or very difficult check to determine that no, you weren't the same person.
I guess I have prop swords.
Well, you won't be able to bring them on the aircraft regardless.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in fact, you guys probably won't be able to bring any weapons of any kind unless you stow them in the storage like you did before. Which would mean you'd have to check luggage. Do you guys want to check any luggage?
Oh, God.
I kind of want to bring my machete with me.
Well, you can check your machete into the luggage.
Yeah, I'm doing that then.
Okay, I guess I'll check my 3 guns. How many guns do I have? Check. I just stole every gun.
It's a typical American problem we have.
I have Militech. I have the Sternmeyer, the Militech, and the Arasaka pistol. Oh yeah, my survival. Or is that allowed? Survival knife.
Any weapons that you want to bring have to be checked into luggage.
So that's 4. Sternmeyer survival knife.
Excuse me?
How do I check them?
Well, you just tell me that you're checking them into the.
Okay, I didn't know if I had to roll with, since it was like a weapon, if they were gonna be like, yeah, no.
All right. Does anyone do any research or want to do any research on any subject before they, board or leave for the airport?
Yeah, I'm gonna do some research on what's his name, Jack Entropy.
Okay.
Like, I think that Rusty would know about him, but I want to know a bit more about this EuroTour that we're going on.
Got it. All right, go ahead and.
How do you?
I guess you'd make a general education roll or a research roll, library search, something like that.
Okay.
Got it. Where would those be?
Hmm.
Research would be intelligence.
Library search or a general education?
Yeah. You can take your pick.
Okay. Let's go library search. I guess I would be researching Europe in general, like hotspots or what's the condition there like now.
Well, you guys are going to Liverpool in the UK. They're currently under martial law. So things are kind of rough there, I would say. Turbo, your library search doesn't produce a whole lot, but you do find one article. Hold on, let me pull it up. All right.
Really quick question: Did we ever get Bessie delivered back to us?
Well, it depends. Did you guys fly? Did someone fly out to New York to drive Bessie back to Night City, or? I mean, tell me more. Hello?
Yeah. Or are we taking Betty?
Can we take Bessie? I think that would just be a lot more. We'd have to go back to Newark. Then we'd have to go back to Night City.
I lost everybody there for a minute. Were y'all answering?
Kind of. Could we go back and get Bessie? I mean, it just kind of seems,
Oh, I thought it was coming. I thought it was coming to us via the Nomad. What's it called?
Caravan.
Well, that was probably just an assumption. I imagine that you guys would need to be there personally to get it because of, the rental fees and, The fact that he has the keys.
Oh no.
I thought that was something that we arranged before we left.
It was told that you guys could be flown anywhere after delivering your package to Nashville, but your contact was killed in the firefight that ensued.
Yep. It sucks.
Don't worry, we'll get another PC with more armor and more guns.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, then this I think is all I'm checking. I believe.
All right.
Hey, Leo.
Hey,
Welcome
what
back.
we doing right now?
We're going over you guys' IDs because you guys have to tell the network who you are so they can have your provisional alien cards made up.
All right, I might as well slip into my persona again.
So, just to let you know, Leo, with your research, you found a headline from the National Chronicle says Entropy Tour is a go, customs problems overcome, and the European Economic Council is going to okay the provisional alien cards for the entire crew.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
So shortly thereafter, you guys get a message from Miss Chen, who tells Toma, "Hey, your packs should be in the mail. You should go pick them up at the PO box in Night City."
All right. From what I said last week about training on just the singing performance, how did I do?
You don't recall what happened?
No.
Okay, well, I don't either.
He didn't. There wasn't anything that happened. He left us that because he had to go, but he hadn't made any rolls or anything yet. So that's like you would basically you'd have to make like your practice rolls, I guess.
All right, and how would I do that?
What is it you're trying to do?
Learn how to perform with singing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you doing any kind of training with anyone? You going to singing classes? You got a coach? What's your strategy?
I guess I was gonna go and go to a coach and see if I can't learn something.
Okay, so who do you I guess streetwise to find a coach, unless you know of a famous one that's offering classes.
You know, my good old friend Johnny Silverhand.
He might be a little busy, and he might be in hiding.
Oh damn. Okay. All right. I'll just roll.
That is a school, though, right?
I think there is, but I guess you'd have to know about
There's
it.
like a Johnny Silverhand school of whatever in core rulebook and in whatever places at the bottom.
All right. Let me roll that streetwise real quick. See how I do.
All right, pretty bad. It's pretty awful. So you're basically singing in the shower. I don't know. Roll a 1d10. You can give yourself 9 IP in shower singing. I mean, we'll call it performance.
Close to 1 point.
So close. Do you already have skills in performance?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you're 1 IP shy of getting a level 1 skill in performance.
Don't worry, it's a long tour. Maybe you can like backup singer first and then start practicing.
Yeah, maybe. All right. Any other questions or folks want to? Okay, everybody figure. You're gonna be Gustav, Leo. You're gonna be using Gustav's ID. I imagine. Is that correct?
Yep. I was gonna do a wardrobe and style to see if I can't mold myself to him now.
All right, go for that. Remember to give yourself +3 for that. All right. So, do you guys have a fifth ID for Wes's character?
Not that I know of. Like I said, unless somebody else knows what that Norcross Guard's ID was. In fact, I think it might have been Pink Eye that pulled that one. I'm not sure. Or was that the one? Or is Leo? Was that the one you were saying something about pickpocketing, or it got pickpocketed or something?
No. I mean, I can't pickpocket someone. I got 5 in the skill.
Oh no, sorry, I meant Turbo. I don't know what I said.
Yeah, I can't remember. I guess it would be either it would be Pink Eye or Leo that looted some of the Norcross guards.
Okay, so I see here in some of the IDs here that it looks like Leo had another guy's ID, Peter Gallagher.
Ah,
You guys,
Yeah, I thought so.
you guys remember that?
Yeah,
one?
Turbo should have that one then. That's what I was talking about.
So it turns out that Wes was using Gustav Richter's driver's license, but you guys could give Peter Gallagher to Wes, since now Leo seems to have the Wes character down.
Wait, what?
the Gustav character.
Yep. I'm okay in my notes then.
There was just there was a lot of like double Leo and Turbo Wes. So I was like, wait, who? Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I swear it makes sense.
So that leaves Pink Eye with Jesse Eisenberg's ID from New Jersey. Remember the dead guy? The dead guy at the concert?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
There's also one who I don't know who it is.
Oh shit! No, that's who Peter Gallagher is. The dead guy at the concert.
Oh, okay.
We have quite a few dead guys at concerts.
Yeah. Okay. Remember the very first one?
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, I know who you're talking about. It's just, it's funny that we could say we've got multiple now.
Hole in the head guy. Remember him?
No, yeah.
The kill.
That was Leo's first target for the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, Peter Gallagher, you know nothing about, but yeah, he's one of those IDs you figured was good to go, because I don't think they ever identified that body. Just saying.
I'd like to see them try.
Teeth? What teeth?
Where he is, there is no teeth.
All right.
Why?
So,
Because the orcs took him?
Yep.
yeah. All right. If anybody else wants to try and identify some news about what you guys are getting into, you guys can roll library search or general information, education, knowledge.
Thomas should probably look up or research, if there's any like, I don't know, real difference to how things work as far as like, net space and access and net watch and stuff like that in Europe?
Well, you guys can also roll a reputation check. Roll a 1d10. If you roll a 5 or less, then you've heard of Jack Entropy before. And
Okay.
depending on how low you roll, you might be a fan.
I can't find the performance.
Oh shit!
God damn.
Turbo's a fan.
Oh, where's your reputation again?
No, okay, I guess that's just a D10.
Oh,
Yeah, you'd roll a d10, and on a roll of 5 or less, you've heard of Jack Entropy. Let's see those rolls, guys. Come on.
Oh, I thought I already did this one last session.
Well, if you did, then tell me what you rolled. If not, roll again.
Yeah, because it was right after I got whatever. Let's see, E10. That's the 100. 3.
Whoever's got the dogs can use push to talk, please. All right, so Toma, yeah, I see you rolled a 3. That was probably it. Anyway, you're familiar with him since probably the last couple of years. You are aware that there was a Hot Boy Insight article that featured a tearful Tammy Lou, who spoke exclusively to Hot Boy Insight, wearing a low-scooped, tight top that was nearly translucent. We could see how she'd attracted Jack's eye, but all was not gold and glitter in Entropy's bed. He's not the Jack I input, she sobbed. Since his last augment, he's been short-fused and moody. 2 weeks ago, he refused to card me a new Sao. Hard man, that's Entropy. We'd certainly never refuse the luscious Tammy Lou anything. Alright, so anybody else roll under a 5? The Cyber Dog.
I rolled a 1.
Oh yeah, and so you've probably been a fan of him since 2015. Rocker Roy magazine in 2015 wrote, "The hottest newcomer on the bill was definitely Jack Entropy. He could do things to an axe that will make even hardened chromers sweat silicon. And his last number, Blood Giants, was the real thing. A 44 slug of hardcore straight to the heart of corporate greed. Not that many OA or EBM execs turned up for the gig." So you've been a big fan because I guess he's like all anti-corpo in his earlier songs. Yeah.
Fuck corpos.
Right.
I told them the guys.
All right, so go ahead and make your cyber tech design, not tech, cyber, I guess it would be cybernetics tech roll. I'm not sure. Hold on. Let me double check.
Talking to me?
Yeah, because you're wanting to rebuild that
see.
cyber dog.
Yeah, I mean, there's cyber tech.
It's not cyber deck design, it's the other one.
No,
Tech.
cyber tech.
Yeah,
Cyber tech.
that's the role.
And let's give it a little spice on top. I'll add, say plus 3. Look.
Oh, damn.
What
33.
what level are you
Great.
of cybernetics?
6.
Okay. All right. So good job. Use 3 luck. That was definitely not necessary. Give yourself
Definitely not necessary. But
give yourself 10 IP.
for sure funsies. Yeah.
You get the thing to turn on. However, it does not have any optical sensors.
Yes, that's correct. I just wanted to set it up so that I can just run it remote control from my cyber deck, just so that we can use it to like carry shit, especially since we're going to be doing a lot of roadieing.
All right, so basically, it's like a movable desk.
Yeah, exactly. Like just like when just like the actual what's that? What's the actual robot dog called? The Boston Dynamics one.
Yeah, I don't know. Forget.
Anyway,
You're-
it's basically a Boston Dynamics dog, remote control.
You're able to
Nice.
to tell it where to go, but you have to be very precise in your locations. And so, if you give it the wrong input, obviously it's going to probably crash into a wall or something.
Yeah, it's got to have point-to-point information and pathfinding. Got it. Yeah, and I'll see if I can do any programming to. I sent you that thing. It seems kind of interesting, like fun little guidelines for like possibly upping that. But if you want to use that, then I'll try and put some programming into it too to see if I can't get it to.
I didn't have a chance to look through it. If you resend
Oh, don't
it,
worry
then,
about it. Yeah,
then
yeah,
it,
it's okay.
I mean, here's what
Yeah, for sure.
here's what I would
Okay.
recommend: resend it to me, so that way it's on my radar.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I'm just gonna send you the link, like you personally. It's in the rules and mechanics, but like it gets lost.
It does. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, actually, right now it's the bottom thing in the rules and mechanics, but I'm still gonna DM it to you.
Or you could just like highlight it or something. Say, hey, this is the thing, because then I'll find it.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I'll say that Turbo, at least you know that Jack Entropy's real name is John Inkerman. He's made good by looking bad.
Do we have a picture of Jack Entropy?
Yeah, let me pull up a photo of him. Sorry. Da, 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 da. Ah, crap.
Oh yeah.
Oh, damn.
All right, so Entropy's a big stage presence. He's been doing this since at least 2014, 2013. He's been on several tours, so this is not his first rodeo. Let's see. He's got a big crew to help him. He's also got a girlfriend who goes by the name of Tammy Lee. That obviously you've read about and you've seen pictures of her. Okay, so you guys are talking about Jack as you get on the plane. How did you do with your disguise?
Oh, my disguise.
Oh, I already saw yours, but I'm looking for Leo's.
Oh, Leo.
Leo,
Should I roll mine too?
yeah, I'll probably roll yours too. Leo, did you do a disguise check and I missed it?
Oh fuck.
Disguise is wardrobe and style is 70.
All right, Rusty. So your disguise doesn't really work, um, but um, you know, you've got this Lars Sparks ID. Roll a D100.
Oh shit.
Okay, you kind of look half like him anyway. Um,
Okay.
but you would probably need to like spend $150 and go get like your hair dyed, maybe get some different colored contacts. What eye color are you?
Oh, I'd say Rusty is like uh, blue.
Okay, good. So you have the same eye color as Lars,
Okay.
um, but what's your hair color?
I'd say it's brown.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have this image here.
his hair color is a lot lighter.
Ah, fuck.
So you need to like change your hair a little bit to look more like his.
Yeah, I got paid, right?
Uh huh.
Okay, yes, I'll spend a bit to get the hair done.
All right, it's gonna be 150 eb.
Yeah, I got 1,000 to add. I should write that down, actually.
All right, last chance. If you guys wanted to do any research, library checks, whatnot, I haven't seen any of those yet. So
Oh yeah, I was saying that I wanted to do a library research check on like if Net or NetWatch or Net Access or anything like that is any different in Europe.
oh wait, I just noticed that Rusty did do it. He rolled a 15, so that was actually pretty good. Let me go. The problem is, Rusty, you don't know anything about Jack, so the information you get is going to be a little sparse. And then we'll go into like NetWatch and what's going on with that. Okay.
Or yeah, I don't know if there's anything else pertinent I should be looking up. I don't know.
NetWatch is worldwide.
Yeah.
So you'd probably know that much at least. Go ahead and look up what the rule book says about NetWatch.
Yeah, I figure. I mean, it's just yeah. I mean, anything else that I wanted to know is basically was just going to be in Net Archetype anyway.
Yeah. So let's pick something recent here. Hold on, let me find something for you. Okay, so you found a Air in-flight magazine, or Orbital Air does an in-flight magazine, the Stratoscan. They published in October 2019 a little video, and so you found this video of Entropy. He laughs self-deprecatingly, brushing back his trademark black mane, and says, "I suppose I was young and angry then. Of course, I am still angry about the wanton selfishness of some of the economic giants. I just believe there are other, more effective methods to express that anger." He pauses to look at the panorama around him, and bright aspen sunlight sparkles on his earring. "In, say, Ashen Dreams, I'm not singing merrily about the end of a love affair. I'm talking about the crisis of post-industrial capitalism. Everyone realizes that." And that's the end of the clip.
Of course. Duh.
Ah.
What song were you listening to?
Be right back, guys.
All right. So anybody else wanted to do any research before getting on the plane or before landing in Liverpool?
No, I think I'm good, but you know.
All right, Rusty, roll a D100 again. In fact, everybody roll a D100.
shit.
All right, you make it through security onto the flight, no problem, Toma.
Nice.
You can put luck on this if you guys want.
Oh,
Rusty, you did fine. Yeah, you get on board the plane, no problem.
oh shit. I never know what to think. Too big a number? Oh god, I fucked up. Too low a number? Oh god, I still fucked up. It's just my luck.
Leo, give
I'm
me
not playing as Rusty.
You guys need to type in a D100 roll. Leo and Turbo, are they gone away from keyboard? What's going on?
Yeah, I think Leo usually starts game at work.
Oh,
And
right.
it sounded like that's where they were,
Okay.
and I think their signal dropped because before they logged off, I think I asked him something and like there was no answer back.
Got it. All right. Well, I guess I'll roll for them. Okay. Looks like there was probably a problem with Leo's Gustav Richter.
Luckily, he's the most convincing.
Yeah. So we'll have him role play his way out of that. Otherwise, he might have to find another way to Liverpool. But you know, he's resourceful. We'll move into that problem when we come to it, or I'll let him roll when he comes back. All right. So about the NetWatch security. So it is international. They work with local law and police authorities to catch their foes. And it's split up by different regions on the globe, including orbital colonies. So they're in a different region, and so
Right.
each region has its own system security operator or SysOp. These are high-level net runners who are, armed with all the anti-personnel, anti-hacker software that they can throw at you. And they got demons too. All right, so Rusty, did anybody else want to do some more research?
Oh, no, but actually, now that I think about it, since we're talking about demons and stuff, I think I had some programming roles I needed to do.
Yep. Go ahead and make for your killer program. You were making a what kind of program were you making again?
I was making a basically what I think amounts to like a ball run, which is a what's it called? Are those called demons? I believe.
How much
I'm
memory?
just going to look in our conversation really quick.
How much memory does it have? And what's its difficulty? We'll need some specs for you to be able to write this. So
Yeah. So what I wrote here is okay. Yeah. Demon strength 9, difficulty 20, memory 2, programming 120 hours, 100% complete over the last month plus
okay, got it.
however many weeks of our adventure.
So you have to roll the 20 or higher.
Yeah.
That's the moment of truth.
All right.
Otherwise, you have to do some more debugging. And come back to it later.
All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and give this one a 3-2. So plus 3 development buck, and roll this off of programming, which is right. Oh, it's an intelligence skill, right? Yeah. 26.
Awesome. So you successfully managed to write that program.
And then I've got an armor, strength 6, difficulty 17, memory 1, programming 102 hours, 100% complete.
All right, groovy. Go for it.
And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give this the well, not last 3, but just in case. Well, actually, there's no point in doing that, is there? 17, 15.
Oh, by the way, we're gonna say that Rusty, you found that video when you were looking up things on the airport. I guess you were on the flight, and kind of looking at your little screen that you had, and you happened to come across that video of Jack Entropy because you're searching for any interviews on there.
Oh, nice.
That would have probably been the best way that you would have come across that information. So it's a long flight. It's gonna be like a 12-hour flight, I think.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay.
So you guys could probably either watch movies throughout the entire thing, or sleep, or do both, or program.
Or could I program? I actually have, so I'm actually 87% done on this 102-hour program, which is speed trap, strength 6, difficulty 17. But I just passed my armor, strength 6,
I saw that.
17 memory 1.
Congratulations. You're writing your own programs and shit. That's totally cool.
Yeah.
So now your demon can also be equipped with a copy of this armor, and you can both use it at the same time.
Yes, and anything that I use under the demon will be equipped at the strength of the demon, reduced at the number of programs it is holding. Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And let me just check my notes really quick to see how many hours I have left on this. Well, okay, so I did 311 hours minus 120 minus, right? Sorry, 311 minus, minus 240. Okay, so 71 hours. Yeah, probably not going to finish that. It's okay.
All right. So you guys land in Liverpool 12 hours later. Tell me what you guys do on the flight. You guys get through security. You have checked your baggage before you went through security. So you left all your weapons with the front desk folk, and they assured you several times that your baggage will make it onto the plane, and it will be there in Liverpool when you arrive.
All right. Cool. Really quick. I still can get programming hours, right? Minus whatever I guess I slept on the plane.
Yeah, you can get up to 10 hours, we'll say.
Okay, cool. I'll just add 10 onto that.
But roll a 1d10, otherwise you fall asleep. And you can actually roll an endurance roll if you take some stim or something like that. That'll help.
So I roll the 1d10 or I roll the endurance roll, or it's an either or, or it's both. Like if I fail.
So the 1d10 is to figure out how many hours
Gotcha.
you can program during the trip. You can increase that with bonuses from endurance, stims, etc.
Oh, okay. So, but 6 out of 20 hours?
Out of 10 hours.
Well,
But like the trip is 20 hours, right?
No, it's 12.
Oh, that's what it. Okay, yeah, that makes total sense. I was like, why would a trip to fucking London from California be 20 hours?
It's 12. I said
I
that
spent
several
like, yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it's 6.
Yep, you get 6 hours unless you took stims. Maybe you could like increase that to 7, or if you rolled an endurance roll, you could increase that to 7. An endurance roll of 15 or higher will give you +1 to that, or +2 if you roll 20 or higher. And you can use stims to increase the likelihood that you'll roll higher on that one and lose luck or whatever you want.
All right. Well, let me just. I mean, for funsies, I'll go ahead and make the endurance roll. But I don't know if I have any stims or anything like that on me. I think Doc gave me some, but
All right, so you fall asleep at your keyboard, drooling.
6 is fine. I'll let that. That's
Yeah.
All right.
what class are we on? Economy?
Yeah, you guys are in coach.
The only way is wrong.
Oh, hey, Leo.
So,
Leo, there was a problem with your ID at the security.
Oh, what kind of problem?
So we're gonna role play this out. So they you hand you're standing in line with everybody else, and when it gets to you, you hand them over Gustav Richter's ID, and the guy behind the desk looks at it, looks at you. Did you roll your disguise check?
Earlier, yeah, it was 17.
Okay. So he says, "What year were you born, sir?"
What kind of roll would this be to see if I can remember this shit?
So there's a clue. I rolled a D100 earlier in game in the chat. If you can scroll up it, you can see the numbers there.
Is it, where was it at? In the chat, in the roll 20?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it unless it's really far up.
All right. Well, then in that case, make a persuasion fast talk roll.
Okay, I'm gonna add 5 points of luck to this one since I ain't got persuasion fast talk.
You could also, roll general knowledge and education. That would also work. So, if your stats are better or higher in intelligence, for that matter. All right. Dog's barking. Push to talk, guys.
I'm equal in both, so I'm literally just gonna have to roll. I'll do general education and knowledge, and I'm gonna add 5 points of luck to it.
All right. You got a lot of background noise. If you wouldn't mind using push to talk, I appreciate it. Oh, that's much better. Hey, 14 with +5 luck. Oh dear. Okay, so what do you say to him?
I'm sorry, sir. I have so much going on in my life. I have so much work. Sometimes I forget my own birthday.
Okay. So we're gonna have you step aside over here for a minute, okay? And so they put you over and one of the security guards takes you into a side room, and he goes on looking at more IDs.
All right.
So you're sitting in this white, very small room with a table and a desk, and you sit there probably for about 10 minutes before somebody comes in, and he says, "Okay." He looks at you. He looks at the ID. Roll a 1d100.
Ooh, gotta love the D100. Fuck.
All right. He says, so it appears that there's something wrong with your ID. This man does not exist. This ID is invalid.
What? I went to the proper authorities to get this ID.
Okay. Can you tell me any information about that's on this ID?
I'm a road persuasion fast. I can just be like, look, I don't need to tell you anything about what I already know. All I need to know is I have a flight to catch with this band that I'm sponsoring.
Okay, make your roll.
I'm gonna.
What's that?
I'm gonna add a 3 point. My last 3 points of luck.
Okay.
I gotta get out of this.
It's really tough. But we'll see if the other guy fumbles. He's going to use a human perception roll. Let's see here. Security. Airports. Night City. Let's see here.
I want to see this happen. I want to see him fumble so bad. God, this tension is freaking killing me, man. Just make the roll.
All right, so he rolled a 19.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, he says, I think we're gonna probably have to call this one in.
All right. Well.
And as he turns to leave, you probably have an opportunity to try to bribe him, or maybe make a break for it, or
I'm gonna try to make a fucking break for it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna escape. I might escape. Hide evade.
Okay.
And I'm gonna see if I can't stow away on the fucking plane.
Oh, really? There's no way. You're outside of security still.
Watch this happen. Watch me work.
You'd have better luck of escaping if you weren't running into the security.
Oh, also, I don't know if he knows. Didn't y'all got paid right? So you have the.
No, you haven't been paid.
Oh, I thought he got paid.
No, nobody
no.
nobody gets paid until they complete a week of work. You guys have tickets and provisional alien cards. Tickets to Liverpool. So, you know, Leo, your character might be SOL on this, getting to this flight on this particular flight, but you might be able to still get to the UK by other means.
Really?
You know, probably what's going to happen first is you're going to get taken into custody. They're going to process you. You'll probably spend the night in jail, and then you'll have like a court case in like a few weeks. You could probably, you know, rejoin the crew later. But you know, either that or you could make up a new character. You know, sorry, bud.
I get it. Character didn't die, just got arrested. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll make up a new character to meet up with them in Europe then.
All right.
But for now, I gotta focus on my work for now. Just let me know how it goes, you guys, and I will be back with another character next week.
Okay, cool.
Y'all take it easy.
See ya.
All right.
See you soon.
Wait, so did he fumble a high evade? Is that what
Yeah.
happened?
Yeah.
To get away?
Yeah.
Oh.
So he got arrested. All right. Well, that's a bummer.
Oh, okay.
I guess shit happens. I don't know what to say there. All right, so you guys land in Liverpool. You guys pick up your luggage. Things are going well enough for now. You travel to the hotel where you were told to meet. Any questions or any stops along the way? Europe is very different. Everybody, you guys stick out like a sore thumb. You know, first of all, you're not that rich, so everybody can tell that you guys look like street scum. But yeah, so everybody kind of gives you the eye, and they kind of give you a wide berth.
What's the general outfit of people around here?
Say that again.
What's the general look or fashion of people in Liverpool?
So in the UK, things are a lot like they are in the US. A lot more so than like in France, for instance. But at the same time, people have a lot more money. There is martial law, so you see a lot of security guys with automatic weapons in the airport. Let's see.
Is there like what's the majority of nationality of people? Are there
White.
okay? Wait.
It's England, bro.
I'm sorry, did you say bruv?
Bruv, yeah, England, bro.
They're Irish.
No, not as much here, and not in Liverpool.
I take offense to that.
Well, they'd be over in Ireland.
You might have a healthy influx of Scottish folk, but not as many Irish. Scottish and Welsh.
Yeah.
Uh, so are we supposed to meet up with the rest of the entourage?
Oh, you're supposed to meet at the hotel.
Oh, I guess on the way there we can take a look at the food of UK. Are they? Do we see like keyboard vendors or
Do you
something
see?
different that we
Do you see what?
like people eating kibble?
Oh,
He wants some fish and chips. He wants some spread.
yeah. Well,
Wants
fish,
some
fish and chips
boiled-
are pretty ubiquitous. You can find those in the airport.
They got some like boiled eel pie. What do we got?
Yeah.
What-
They, so they have real beer here.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Stuff that won't make you want to kill yourself?
Yeah, that stuff at home that makes you
Fantastic.
want to kill yourself. This is the real deal. They've got real loggers here.
All right. Let's get some beer and some greasy fried
Some-
food wrapped
some-
up in newspaper.
Some bangers and mash.
Usually I don't drink.
What time is it?
It's real
What time is
weird.
it that we arrived?
Oh yeah.
What time is it? Roll 1d10. It's 5 in the afternoon, or early evening, just before sunset.
Oh, just in time for happy hour.
Uh-huh.
Close to quitting time. I guess yeah. We eventually make it to the airport.
Okay, so you guys eat some food here. It's about 25. I'm sorry, it's 35 ebb per person for a meal here, and for a beer to go with it.
35 ed for a beer and some meal and a meal where is my stuff? There we go.
And if you want to leave a tip for your server, that's always up to you.
Blah. All right. All right. What do we got going on now? We're meeting somebody at the hotel.
That's right. So I think you're gonna meet these guys.
I see. Ah,
Oh wow. Some real corporal grease, huh?
All right. So Clements is a marketing director, and Jimenez is the general manager. And they come by to greet you in the hotel, make sure you got settled in okay.
I like how we get their full body and their headshots.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like imagining, those like the way that what is it, Moonbeam City looks. So you get those intros of anytime there's a new character. So
So you guys can
And
roll. Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say that show died way too young, man.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, no, totally. If you guys want to suss these people out, you can roll your human perception roll.
Oh sure. Yeah, let me check out what my new empathy gets me. Yep. I mean, it was kind of a shit roll, though.
Yeah, Turbo, you're immediately turned off by the corporate persona, and you feel like your imagination has robbed you of the reality that even though he's anti-corporate on the surface, he's corporate through and through.
Shut up. Sell out. Jack, you sell me out. My dream.
Talking about Jack here.
Yeah,
Jack
Rusty.
Entropy, why?
Rusty, you're completely clueless. You're like happy to be paid. Europe is awesome.
With a big doofy grin, I just ate fish and chips on the dude.
Exactly. Yeah, you're kind of buzzed.
I am also fine with this. This is okay. I just don't care.
Why should I care? It's like
I mean, it's not like I was a super fanboy anyway. I don't care. I mean, I expect these types. Whatever.
All right. So they ask you. Okay. So what's going on, you guys? Tell us who's who. You guys make introductions.
I'd be Rex 11. Looking to do more of your like technical work. And over here to my left is this is Lars here.
Lars Spikes. How you doing, mate?
All right. Good. Says we were supposed to have 5 people here. What happened to Gustav?
There seemed to be a problem with his ID upon departure. I'm not sure what happened. He said he was going to try and see if he couldn't get it worked out and catch up with us. But if there's anything you can do to try and speed up the situation, please let us know. But he's trying to work it out on his end. Said something. It's some kind of mix-up. He's not showing up on their files.
I see.
It's just red tape.
I see. Well, okay. So a few of you guys will be doing, and this is Jimenez. He's looking up in the files. He says a few guys of you guys will be basic road hands. Which one of you is Rex? That's you?
Yeah, that'd be me.
Okay, cool. So we'll be asking you to do a few technical things. Do you have any experience with holograms?
I have some experience with vid projection and stuff like that, but not as much with probably like the showy type stuff you're looking for. But I learned fast.
Okay, well, maybe you can work with Tinker, our tech. She's in charge of that. So I'll put you in touch with her. Let's see here. So I'm going to introduce you guys, or Kessler will come around later. He's our head of security. And he'll show you guys around. You guys have everything you need so far?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, so then the marketing director steps in and she says, if you guys have everything that you need, then we will just go over the tour schedule briefly. Tonight we have our first gig here in Liverpool, and then we'll be flying over to Brussels immediately after the show. So we have a busy night tonight. It's only about 6 o'clock right now. And the venue is close by. Let's see here. She's holding her cards tight to her chest. At the D-Side Leisure Center. And then actually on Friday we have Birmingham and London on Saturday. Then we go to Brussels. Today's Wednesday, the 26th of May. And you guys all have your provisional alien cards and your IDs. You'll need to keep those on you at all times.
All right.
Yeah, you guys stick out like sore thumbs, so be no big deal, I think, for security or law enforcement or anyone to stop you. and ask for those cards. So you need to have them available for you to show them when asked for them. Okay. Any questions?
You got any style tips for fitting in on the tour?
Yeah. Use your stipends to buy new clothes.
You got a place in mind?
Maybe you could probably ask around. I'm not from Liverpool, so I wouldn't know what to tell you.
Got it. Thanks for the help.
Well, we have a limited time frame, so I don't think that going around shopping right now is probably something that you need to be doing, but perhaps after the show tonight and tomorrow.
Sure, let's get started.
Great. Then if that's all, Kessler will be around to show you guys around.
All right, guys. Also, by the way, guys, feel free to sling your gear over the robot dog here. You probably just I've got it edged on I've got it like leashed on a command to just come along, basically a couple of feet behind me or behind my cyber deck. So it's basically like having a leash on it.
Oh, what are you gonna name it?
I don't know. I haven't thought of anything yet.
Okay.
Maybe something having to do with not having a head. I mean,
You'll figure something out.
I can't call him Rex because that would be weird.
Yeah, that's a
How
good point.
about Ebenezer?
That's a long one. Maybe we'll keep workshopping. We'll call him Dog for right now.
King Louis.
King Louis?
You've got no head. It works.
Ah, that's clever.
King Louis had his head. Rusty just kind of brushes it off. Fine, okay. You know what? Whatever. Don't need to take any name suggestions from me. I'm fine.
How about
I know I'm fine.
Henry VIII? Because we're in London.
Is he gonna kill all of his wives too?
Henry VIII. So at least we have a number. Well, we killed. No, we did not kill him. Other cyber dogs. Did we?
He's actually back in Bessie,
Oh, don't worry.
which is why I was asking about it.
All right, so Kessler is a bodyguard solo who comes knocking on your guys' door. So you hear a knock. It says, "Hey, it's Kessler."
Yep, I opened it. Coming?
All right, so Kessler, I'll show you his photo here. Just give me a second.
Oh,
He appears Scottish.
you're so.
Angus
Sorry.
he's born of Scottish. Pretty gregarious, outgoing guy. It's a rare combination. He's also very genuine. Anyway, he seems very easy to get along with. He's not as corpo as the other guys, but you see he's very well dressed. I guess guys wear suits and ties and jackets.
Gotcha.
I guess it's the majority of people in Europe.
Yeah,
So he's wearing a suit, no armor.
well, you don't know that the suit isn't armored. I mean, it might be.
Yeah, that could be that Arasaka special.
Yeah. I talked to him about it. Like, so is that suit armor?
Yeah, well, he says, well, the jacket is, not the suit so much. The suit is silk Armani.
Dude.
So it'll stop some knife blades, but it's, not exactly high SP. But the jacket is. The jacket's 14.
I say that to the guys. We need for fancy.
So here's the deal. His suit jacket has only a SP of 4. Um, but, when you layer the armor, you only get to add 5 anyway.
So any visible cyber.
Yeah, you can see that he has a smart chip. Also, he's got interface plugs that are visible.
Nice. Done. Smart gun.
He's got strapped inside of his jacket an X 9mm smart pistol. He also has a cell phone, which is kind of, I mean, I guess it's like one of those smartphones, like before the flip phones. His smartphone is way more advanced than yours.
So, you got a good shop for. You get a good deal on those interface cables.
Oh, these? I don't know what I pay for them. Why?
No, I just mean a reliable spot, a good spot you trust for your interface.
Yeah, well, these are old. I've had these for a long time. I don't remember where I got them.
Oh, got it. You do a lot of work on the face or what?
Well, yeah, I've been a bodyguard for a long time. Just kind of. I did have some face work done. He thinks you're talking about having some plastic surgery.
Yeah, no, I caught that. Yeah, so Tom was just gonna be like, okay.
So, do we call you boss?
Well, I guess so. But I'm basically, gonna show you around. We might be in different departments. What did they tell you? You guys are gonna be doing?
They mentioned being a roadie.
Okay, so yeah, we're slightly different departments. You'll probably answer to well, I don't know, maybe Tinker. She's our techie. I think actually you'll be working more with her. He indicates you, Toma. So.
Yeah, I heard.
But yeah, I mean, I guess for the most part, you can just call me I'm sorry, forgot his name. You can just call me Angus.
Angus. Okay, cool.
He's the first guy to give you his first name, basically. He shakes your hands.
Polite.
Usually people nicely don't shake.
Oh yeah, well I grew up in the South, so I'm a little familiar with, Southern hospitality.
So, have you been working with Jack long? Jack,
I'm kind of new on the tour with him this time. I been hired mostly because they wanted to have some I guess American born or American raised at least folks on the tour. I guess I'm supposed to be a liaison.
do you think the security is secure enough? You know, as a high profile
Well, the head of security
performer.
is Ace McLeod. He's pretty highly functioning guy. But you know, he's good to work with. So I guess either Jimenez or maybe um, that other gal, head of marketing. They'll give you your duties, and you know they'll be boss to you guys.
Got it.
I guess we're walking and talking or something around the.
No, yeah, you guys are
Area?
you guys are just hanging out in your hotel room.
Uh,
He came by to visit.
mhm.
You know, and by show you around, he means to introduce you to the other folks. Um, you know, he offers to bring you over to meet Tinker if you want to say hi before the show starts. She probably has a few things that maybe you could help her with.
Yeah, I should probably go meet her.
Yep.
All right, so the rest of you are invited to come meet her too, but they'll probably need to do stuff. So anyway, so he walks you over to Tinker's room, and sure enough, she's working on some cyber harm. Listening to some jams, so she takes her headphones off when you come in. She says, "Hey, what's up, guys?"
Hey, how's it going? We're going to be the roadies working with the gear and stuff. Meta said something about working with holograms.
Oh yeah, hey, good. Well, you're just in time. Yeah, I could use your help. Let's see here. So she gives you a few components. It says, have you worked with these before? And they're basically like optical lenses, used to create digital holograms.
I don't think I've had a chance to work with anything quite like this, but it seems pretty straightforward enough.
Yeah, they're kind of plug and play. Go ahead and see what you can do with it. Here's the device that it goes into. And she shows you a projector frame. And says they should just pop in. Take the other ones out.
All right.
So you just make like a standard, basic tech roll.
Oh no! Oh, whoops! Hold on, wait. How did this go in?
All right.
I think I put this in backwards. Can you? I'm sorry.
Hold on a sec. I gotta figure out the fumble table here.
Get the right way.
So you guys, the pressure was on in front of all your mates. You fuck up on the very first try. Ah, jeez, I can't find the fumble table. What the fuck? What the hell? Oh, here we go. Yeah, you make the situation worse. You break something. You can raise the difficulty to 5 and try again. So you can't get the thing out. You jammed it in there wrong. It's gonna take a 20 basic tech to fix it.
I'm sorry. I forgot I wasn't pushed to talk. I was reading all that shit out to you, and you probably. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna go. Oh, nothing. And while I'm like trying to, buy for time, I'm just gonna do my second roll here. Yeah, and then so I should be able to like, I kind of like I polished the lens a little bit and like reattached the bezel that popped off when I put it in backwards, and make sure that anything that would have been broken is very easily hidden behind what I just installed. But either way, it's basically working.
You're very lucky. The lens is not scratched.
Nice. I mean, I just secretly did that so I would get IP. Of course.
It's all part of the plan.
Yeah.
All part of the plan.
Give yourself 10 IP in basic tech. Good job. All right, so
Jeez, either I fumble or I fucking crit. It's like, yeah.
yeah, I get it.
There's almost no point in using luck because either I crit or I fumble.
All right, so basically, you guys are getting ready for the gig. You guys head over to the venue. What's his name? If you guys can remember it before I do, then I'll give you guys some points.
Jack.
Jimenez. So Jimenez comes by and says, "Okay, you guys," indicating the rest of you nomads. We'll do with what we got. We're gonna go and go set up for the venue.
Okay.
You guys gonna?
Let's go lifting.
So there are some white rented vans that needed to be taken from the hotel to the venue. It's only 8 blocks away, but it's going to require a driving check and also, I guess, an endurance roll because you guys have a lot of lifting to do.
So endurance roll first.
No, do the driving roll first because each of you have a van basically to drive.
Okay.
Oh, we all gotta drive.
No, 3 of you do.
How many of us are there?
Turbo, Rusty, and I guess you, Toma.
So all of us gotta drive.
Yeah. No, Wes is with you guys. Wes can drive.
Okay.
So you're working with her. Wes is gonna drive the third one, so don't worry about Wes.
I get in the zone and drive away.
Actually, call Wes Peter from now on, because that's that's what his ID says. So you guys, don't forget, Rusty is Lars, and Turbo is Leo or Leonardo. That's not that.
Peter.
Peter.
Peter,
Hey, Peter.
can I borrow your? Hey, Peter. Can I borrow your? Hey, Peter.
It's like an Ouroboros.
It is. It's pretty bad. Okay. Eventually, you guys make it to the venue. Make your rolls. Did you crit? No. Okay. Rusty, did you crit? No.
I like how he says that like he just stepped on something. No, they just got some skills.
Okay. All right. So you guys make it there on without any issue. There's a lot of lifting to do, so roll your endurance rolls or strength feat.
Strength.
So if
Strength or endurance.
So if you're using strength feat, then that means that you're doing less trips, but you're carrying more stuff. And if you do endurance rolls, then
Can I get a plus on that for dog here?
You're still working with Tinker.
Oh, I'm back there with Tinker. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's some IP.
Okay. Good job.
Strength.
I gotta get some programming done so y'all can use dog.
Mm-hmm.
Strength. Here we go.
Awesome. Okay, good. So,
Nice.
Rusty, you're obviously making less trips, but you're carrying more stuff than Turbo. But yeah, you guys should put your fake names into your
Oh,
into your name on Roll20.
Yeah, once again, let me do that.
Just a thought. All right, so Peter. Peter manages to keep up with you guys, and then Jimenez is pretty pleased. You guys got ready in time for the show. The show goes off without a hitch. Um, if you want to make another cyber tech roll to or do some programming to try to get that dog involved, you can add an hour of programming.
Cool. 1 hour. I'll add that on here. Programming.
All right, so Jimenez tells you that they need you guys to help with crowd control at the back entrance, where obviously that's where Jack's going to come in from.
oh.
So
Yeah.
So that would be not Toma, not Rex. We're gonna need Leo, Peter, and Lars for this. So after you guys have got the stage set up, more or less, you guys are greeted at the outside by these ravers who are trying to bust down the walls of the barricade, and
Oh my god.
you guys are gonna have to keep them at bay.
Martial art. Martial arts.
Britain is a lot like North America in its gaudy violence, but it's under martial law. Laws are pretty strict here, so people aren't going to be breaking the laws. They're not going to be getting into fights necessarily, but they might push a little bit.
Oh. So I guess endurance.
Well, we're gonna say you guys can do a persuasion.
Animal handling? No.
Yeah, maybe. Hold on, let me think here. What skills are you gonna use to try to keep these folks from trampling over?
Shit. Could we use intimidation? Maybe kind of like scare them into, backing the hell
I'm
off?
sure that would work. So you can go ahead and try that.
Just use the skills that you got that make sense.
Oh, I have nothing in intimidation. I was just thinking, outside
Well,
the
yeah.
box.
No, yeah, but I just mean like whatever makes sense. Yeah, even if yeah. Even if you don't got it, it's fine.
Quick question: do I have my machete on me, or?
Oh no, unless you decided to bring it. But I mean,
Because I imagine whereas like intimidation for like a bouncer crowd type guy would just be like wide setting your shoulders and doing like the one hand up thing where you just kind of like put your hand in front of you. Whereas otherwise you might need to pull a strength feat to like literally spread your arms and hold people back.
I'm gonna roll and see what I get. Oh shit!
Oh, it's not bad.
No, it's not bad, but I don't know Whatever it is, it could be, you know.
Okay, so you seem intimidating enough. You know, you got your arms crossed, and
It's over average.
you know, so you
Kind
know.
of puff up my chest a bit, you know.
So the girls are screaming. They're like, "We want Jack. We want Jack." You know, and you're just like, "No."
And you go, get Jack. Jack shit. Oh, and he doesn't do that, but no, fuck it, he does that.
Okay, good.
He self-owes himself, you know.
I'll
It looks
demonstrate
weird.
my gun for intimidate people.
How do you demonstrate it?
I mean, you know, just so that they give me a wide berth.
Are you executing a gun kata? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, if I don't have my guns, you know. Yeah, kind of like my usually like showcasing the various moves of gun fu, so that they give me a wide berth, so they stay back.
I see. All right, go ahead and do like an exhibition performance.
Oh, performance. Performance or my martial arts?
No, you can maybe give yourself a +3 for your level of martial arts.
Oh, +3. 7. It's reflex, right? Performance. Yes. Okay. Performance. Oh, and oh wait, is it in? It's in reflex, right?
I think it might be a tech.
Where can I or tech?
Maybe it's reflex. Maybe it's intelligence. Oh no, it's empathy.
Oh, it's
Yeah, because you're trying to persuade. I mean, you're basically trying to play on their emotions a little bit.
+3.
To get
Go.
them to get them to change their behavior.
Ah,
All right,
should have used luck.
so they're not that impressed with your gun fu because they're not actually coming at you with a weapon. But they don't mock you, you know. But you know, it is what it is.
Absolutely no respect.
They're just confused.
People in Europe have no respect for Americans.
They're just confused. They're kind of like, okay, this guy's got some gung fu going on apparently. Whatever. We want Jack. We want Jack.
As long as they're keeping back.
All right, so you guys have to make a strength feat to keep the barricade from pushing over. It appears as though Turbo's display has only provoked them.
Okay.
Strength, beat, body.
You have provoked the ire of the woo girls.
Okay, this time I'm gonna put some.
So each of them has
+3,
each of them has a boyfriend O2 behind them, that's also helping push, and then there's more people behind them too.
20.
All right. Well, so the barricade starts to falter on Rusty's side.
Oh, Rusty.
Avenge me, brother. Avenge me.
Hold the line.
So you guys are
Peter.
you're probably going to have to switch sides. Peter.
Peter, help.
All right. So make another roll, each of you, and if you want to switch sides, I'll give you both a +1.
Okay, we switch
Yes, I'll
sides.
switch sides with them. just a bit better.
Yep. Is that with your +1?
Oh, no.
All right. Well, then you got a 15. That's great.
I'll do.
With +1, just will.
All right. Yeah. So it's not working out so well. That side is definitely get through. One of them managed to sneak through into the backstage area.
Somebody got through. Somebody has to tackle the person that athletics tackle.
Yeah, well, she definitely escapes into the backstage area, and you guys aren't really able to do much about that. But eventually, Angus comes back with her and escorts her back on the other side and says, "Man, you guys are lucky I caught her."
Oh man.
You guys having trouble out here?
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
All right, he shouts at the crowd and says, "Back up, everybody! Back away from the barricade!" We're gonna roll for his intimidation roll. Let's see here. Yeah, people walk away. They stop touching the barricade and pushing on it. So he's able to get that chick who ran through. Get her back on the other side. All right, you guys. Let me know if you need any help with anything. He goes back inside.
He single-handedly saved our lives.
And our paycheck.
Yeah. The most important thing.
So at this point, they begin pushing back on it again. They give you another chance to intimidate them.
Check. Intimidate is empathy, I think, also. Yeah. Or maybe I'll persuasion pass talk people to please stay back. Jack is gonna be here soon.
You can try that, but intimidation might work better. It seems to be what people are using that
Okay.
successfully.
Oh. Intimidation. Oh, it's in cool. Okay, that works better for me. And I'm going to one lock here. $18.
All right, good. So now they're like, oh shit, this guy's for real.
Yeah, you're laughing at my.
Uh-huh. Okay. So Rusty, did you do another intimidation roll?
Oh, not yet.
Oh,
all right, so you guys managed to make sure that nobody touches the barricade ever again. And Toma, you can make your your basic tech rolls, or maybe there's a. Hold on a second. Make an electronics roll.
Electronics.
And also a photo and film roll. All right, so it's a little out of focus, and you couldn't quite figure out how to get it, like, to sharpen up a little bit. Um, the Tinker helps you with the rest of it, though.
All right.
She says, "Hey, no worries. At least you got all the equipment set up. Um, I'll do the finishing touches on this."
All right, sounds good. Thanks for the hand.
Yeah, no problem. You have an opportunity to maybe do some more basic tech on setting up some of the other equipment after you've got it all plugged in and everything. All right, so all the setup's good while she does the finishing touches on the holograms.
Nice.
All right, guys. So the show goes off pretty well. People really enjoy themselves. You see a few people that overdid it. The party hard. Let's see here. Jack plays his opening gig. The crowd goes wild. Nothing tough though. You guys pretty much managed to handle all your duties pretty well. You get stars all around. And you determined your worth, so you guys are probably not going to get fired on your first day.
That's good. No,
So, you
that's
guys,
the worst outcome.
yeah, so after the gig's over, you guys are left with the task of tearing everything apart. So make another endurance roll. This time, everybody.
Second.
Oof.
Well, luckily, Toma, you got that bot to help you.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
at least you didn't fumble.
Yeah, looks like, Rusty, you might have rolled an ankle. Go ahead and make an athletics roll or reflex.
Oh shit. Oh wait, athletics or reflex?
No, you're fine. So
Oh, okay.
no injury. However, you just kind of run out of steam. Roll a 1d10 to see how bad the fumble is. Oh, it's not too bad. Yeah, you're just very jet lagged, basically. You start to feel it. You hit the wall. But it looks like Wes and or Turbo might be able to cover for you. Yeah, Turbo rolled a 20, so he picks up the slack for you a bit.
Thanks, Turbo.
Yeah, you okay there?
Yeah, it's the air here is a bit too lean.
Toma, make a cybernetics roll for your operation of the bot. I'm not sure what skill that would be. I think it's cybertech. All right, cool. So it does the heavy lifting for you, and people are kind of impressed.
Sweet.
It also saves Rusty's neck.
Nice. I think I'm gonna call him. I think I'm gonna call him Gizmo.
It works.
Yeah, Gizmo worked harder than all y'all.
Damn, dude. don't need to go there. You know, you don't need to go there. Jeez.
Yeah, no, he dropped it hard.
Oh, yeah, damn.
All right, guys. So you return to the hotel, and as soon as you guys park the vans and start going back up to your room, once you guys are in the hallway, Jimenez summons you into into your guys' room. He says, "I need to talk to you guys." He appears. Oh yeah, go ahead and roll a human perception roll to see how he appears to you.
Oh, I'm too tired.
Too tired. Yeah, you're not really paying attention. You're like, oh shit, another thing. Toma, you get the feeling that something's up, but you're not sure what it is.
All right. What's this about, guys?
Is anybody else here?
Yeah, resting.
Roland.
You having trouble?
No, yeah, things just kind of breaking up.
Oh no, your new laptop. Oh.
Oh no, that's working fine. It's, you know. No.
I think it's empathy.
No, yeah, it's. The browser I'm using just doesn't work well with Roll20, apparently.
So you get a plus 20 IP.
Oh man.
And
Dang, son.
and you can
Damn.
you see that Jimenez is clearly agitated and also looks very worried.
I walk up to them then and try to ask him what's going on. What's wrong?
You can tell that he's been pacing the hallway waiting for you guys to get back and smoking cigarettes. You see a few crushed out ones in the hallway.
Damn, man, sorry for taking so long. You know, people get crazy when they see stairs they like. Bit too fucking crazy, if you ask me.
So he's smoking like a chimney, and when he enters the room, he says, "Okay, close the door." So once he has everybody's attention, he says, "Okay, guys, Entropy has, well, look, he's done this before. Gone. He's a really well tight screwed kind of. Well, anyway, sometimes when the pressure is maxed, he gets a little, yeah. So he ducks out. He goes, booze, women, anything to get his mind off of it. Drugs, violence. Look, we need him back. One piece, right? Without any, well, yeah, without any. Quiet? Tag me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? This guy?
Does he have any usual hangout spots?
Yeah, exactly. Does he have any regulars or anything?
Okay, well, Jimenez, exasperated, just leaves the room, much improving the mood for you guys. And that guy Kessler knocks a couple minutes later.
This is Angus?
Yeah, Angus Kessler.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, he's clearly agitated. It looks like he just got chewed out. And but he's very controlled and professional on the outside. He explains what he knows so far. He says Entropy left the hotel more or less an hour ago. The concierge and other lobby staff didn't see him go. He left his car in the garage, and all he has with him are his C-13, some electronic gadgets looted from stage props, and his Eurobank card. He doesn't even have his trauma card. So we need to get him back and keep the scream sheets from finding out.
Jack.
All
Hang on.
right. Well, you got a copy. You got a trauma card for him that we can take to him in
Yeah.
case something happens.
Here, take this. And he hands you his trauma team card.
All right. Toma's gonna pocket that just in case something happens on the way back or whatever.
All right.
Okay. Good doctor. Could we take the bag?
Yeah.
We're gonna need some transportation to go.
Well,
find this guy.
okay? So, what's your plan?
I mean, we're gonna have to you know look through different avenues to kind of figure out. Like I'm gonna do some search to see if he pops up anywhere data wise, and the guys here can do some research and see if they can find any of the spots that he's gone by before.
Make an awareness notice check, Toma. So, once you got your little robot all situated and started loading up the rest of the vans, you noticed that Tinker was really nowhere to be found after. I mean, you basically did all the teardown yourself. She wasn't around for any of that.
Does
And
Tinker usually disappear at the end of gigs?
when you go check her room to see if she's knows anything about what's going on, she's not in her room either.
Or you know if they got anything going on? Because I noticed she was she was zero at the end of the gig.
You see at the in her room one of those tiny little plastic baggies that has some blue crystalline powder in it.
Oh, let me check this out really quick. I don't have. No, I don't have it. Oh, I was gonna get one too. I don't have a drug analyzer.
Drug analyzer.
But can I just roll?
You can make a
Make
streetwise.
tech as pharmaceuticals on it.
Either that, or you could do a streetwise roll.
Fuck.
All right, so it's a European drug. You're not familiar with these ones.
Can I try? Streetwise.
But
Okay.
you can do a streetwise check, and maybe that might help you. Your
Nice.
best guess when Turbo takes a look at it is that it's blue glass.
Glass. Even here.
Well, I mean, if you've seen blue glass before, you think you've seen it before. This is actually blue.
Wow. All right. Yeah. I'm guessing Jack's got a history of going off the handle on blue glass.
Maybe, or maybe
Angus is still around, right?
or maybe it's just Tinker.
I mean, would I know that because I'm a super fan?
You're not sure what kind of drugs he takes, if he takes drugs at all.
I guess all the positive as a super fan.
Yeah. Now, you do also notice, Toma, that there is a phone book in the room
I
next to.
think I've got a bad connection right now.
There's a phone book in the room, opened next to the phone in the hotel room.
Oh, phone book. Let's check that out. Any particular page?
There's a taxi service section
Uh-huh.
and a few different taxi services are listed there. There's also you find looks like somebody printed out a rough map. It may have fallen out of somebody's pocket accidentally in the hallway. Not in the hallway, but like in the doorway of the hotel room.
Okay.
And it looks like there's like a little map with the street corner marked in red.
We have our destination, boys.
Yep.
All right,
You got something.
This specific street.
If you guys
Yep.
want to do a general education and knowledge check or something along those lines to figure out where this little, I guess it's a hand-drawn map, is located.
General intelligence and general education.
It's actually a hotel map of the area with somebody's handwritten X on a certain street corner. And with your general education or streetwise check, I'll tell you what's there.
21.
So you figure out that the location of the street corner marked is the location of the Blind Lady, a casino.
He's going gambling. I say that to the guys. Gotta go. We have a location. Is Kessler, is Angus coming with us?
I mean, do you guys want to check out any of the other leads you had?
What were the other leads? My audio wasn't receiving for a minute there.
So the
Basically everything after the blue glass. Sorry.
so there's a cargo entrance lock computer where some of the props are located that he's said to have taken off with. That's something that I guess Angus knows about and mentions to you guys when he says that he took off with some of the equipment.
And this it's a cargo entrance lock computer, as in like a data term or station that just like says when it's been used and what's been through it.
Right.
Okay, so can I access that and try and see what kind of information I can get, maybe about what he took with him and who?
Roll your electronic security.
$16.
Okay, so it reveals to you that it was opened by someone bypassing the security code some 70 minutes ago. The cargo entrance leads onto a dark, litter-strewn street lined with long, empty warehouses. It looks like that's the way he left.
All right. Yeah. He definitely made it out of here and went out the warehouse district.
Yeah, because you see that most of the other exits and entrances to the hotel, there's fire escapes and the locked cargo entrance, would have set off some alarms. The fire escape doors are all still closed, and there's no doubt that Entropy would have set off the alarm if they'd used one of them. They're simple in design and practically impossible to fix. So this is the only way they could have gotten out without alerting the hotel staff.
Yeah.
So, you can go out this door and see if you can find any other clues if you want.
I forgot her name. I wanted to call her. I wanted to call her Jinx.
Tinker.
Tinker. There you go. Yeah, Tinker must have bypassed here and gotten them out. So maybe we can find some other clues out this exit because they clearly went this way. And maybe can I try a shadow track?
Yeah. You can also roll awareness notice. Okay, so littered, strewn alleyway. You notice that there's an old vagrant who's bedded down on a skip full of shredded fax paper. He's kind of just like laying there.
All right. I'm gonna go up to him and I got this MRE in my jacket pocket. I'm gonna pull it out and I said, "Hey, Uncle, how you doing?"
What is it?
Hey, man, I got something here for you. You doing all right?
What do you got? He eyes you warily.
It's just some pre-packed freeze-dried kibble, but you look like you might want it. Hey, you happen to see any people pass through here? I'm looking for a couple of our friends. They may have taken too much of something and gone on a little unsupervised hike. Guy and a girl.
Yeah, I recall seeing them. They got in a taxi.
In a taxi. Did you happen to hear anything, like where they might have been heading, or they drop anything?
They didn't say anything to me.
No, I imagine they wouldn't. You notice anything weird about him as they were getting in the cab or walking by?
He was wearing fuzzy bunny slippers.
Fuzzy bunny slippers. What a guy.
Like a cat.
All right, man. Well, you enjoy that meal. Hope you don't mind if we look around here a little bit. I'm just trying to see if they dropped anything or anything like that. And can I just kind of like take a precursory glance at any of like the papers that he's like wallowing in?
It looks like shredded fax paper.
Okay, yeah. So it's not really anything that came from the building or anything important.
It may have come from the hotel.
Can I look around to see where the taxi probably would have picked him up? See if I see any clues or anything dropped on the ground, cigarette butts, cards, anything.
Roll your awareness notice.
A 15.
Nice.
Right. Okay. You don't notice anything like suspicious or that would attract your attention as a clue, but you do identify a couple more things you could pursue. Maybe you could call the cab companies that were on that sheet, or maybe you could.
Are there any cameras that are facing that dock or that security door?
No, Or not that you know of, anyway. You don't see any. Um, yeah, you could also try. You could talk to Kessler and maybe get Jack's Eurobank card number and PIN. You could probably call the credit services and find out about his latest transactions.
All right, yeah. Toma's gonna try that. If Rusting Turbo, if you got another angle you want to work, or if there's some other clues you want to work on, you can go ahead and try that, I guess.
I'll try the street, not the casino. So I guess I'll drive over there.
So the Lady is an ultra chic casino just inside the corporate sector. Close enough to the police to be safe, but far enough into Little Hong Kong that patrons can pretend to live dangerously. The interior is black and chrome, with tame dream paint graffiti covering portions of some walls. Most Night City's punks will consider the place to be banal. Generally, the patrons are rich and cautiously reckless. The club is controlled by the Seven Feathers Triad. You know that much about it.
Okay. Let's start searching.
All right. You park the van. The van is full of like musical instruments and stage stuff. You feel a little wary about leaving it here. So Wes came with you. He'll guard the van.
Okay. Be right back.
All right. So security here at the casino is pretty tight. They got looks like a few yakuza here or something, but you know for real that these are the Seven Feathers Triad. Operating out of Little Hong Kong. The Triad are the Chinese version of the Yakuza.
So I guess they have to hand over my gun to get inside?
Yeah, precisely.
Okay. My 3 guns in survival.
Did you roll a wardrobe and style today?
Not.
All right, roll it now. All right, so they say, hey, don't bother. You're not dressed well enough. Take a hike.
So how you usually treat your nomads?
What? He just looks at you funny and shoots you a look. Like, just get the fuck out of here kind of look.
I'll try the back entrance.
There's no back entrance.
I guess I'll check out the bird.
Okay.
I guess if I can radio, or maybe if we have some sort of communication with Thomas. Can't get in the club. Not cool enough, apparently.
So meanwhile, Toma, you've been searching from the bank angle. What was your strategy there?
Just to try and track his purchases to see if I can't find wherever he used his card last.
Okay. Well, it's possible that you could call, the card services, or you could try to spoof a repeater station and maybe find out some information that way with, more of a netrunner approach.
Yeah, no, let's do that, because I don't not really going to be able to pull off a I don't know, a rocker boy impression today, I don't think.
Okay.
Alright, so I can give you...
go ahead and make your interface roll. Okay.
25.
Alright, so where are you logging in from? Your hotel room, I suppose? Hello?
Oh, sorry, I'm on push to talk. Yeah, basically back in the motel room.
Alright. Alright, so you quickly find the repeater station. Out in space. Interface LAN. So yeah, and you notice a few things about this particular local space. That there's a lot of different corporations out here, so you're not quite familiar with all of them and what they do.
Right.
Let's see, reveal areas. So there are data walls and code gate in the repeater station.
Okay. Alright, give me just a second here. I'm looking at my programs.
So Kessler provides you with the account number and access code, and you use that to try to access the records.
Okay.
So one way you can get through the code gate without alerting suspicion is to pose as a new transaction. So see if you can do that.
Alright, that sounds good. Yeah, let's try that.
How are you? What's your strategy there? Do you have any programs that would allow you to do that?
Yes, give me just a second. Okay, so, and what I wanted to do was have my my daemon carry my controller programs, my controller and decryptor programs, and so I basically I would res my daemon carrying a genie and crystal ball and D2, and I believe essentially trying to use a D2 to spoof the interaction with what I can just use as, let's even just say, the hotel like phone service or like card slider on on the fridge, like the mini fridge or something like that, to fake a transaction.
Okay. Let's have you give me the strengths on those programs.
Okay, so that would be if I have to crack anything, see anything, or control anything, that would be so my wizard book, my crystal ball, and my D2 would all technically be running at a 6 right now. So they're all strength 6. So D2 at a strength 6, that means I have to roll.
Wait a minute.
Does that mean I have to roll D10 under a 6?
Well, wait. Hold on a second. What's the strength
For controller?
What's the strength of your demon?
Demon is a 9 flat, but it's going to be carrying 3 programs.
Okay, got it. And it's carrying Wizard's Book, Crystal Ball, and D2?
Yes.
And do the strengths of those programs operate at the same level as the demon, or is there some other rule?
Yes, anything that the demon is carrying will res at the strength of the demon. So, but the demon's overall strength is reduced by the number of how many programs it's carrying. So, my demon 9, which right now is named Oboro, is going to be diminished to a strength 6. So everything that it's carrying is at strength 6.
Okay, perfect. Alright, you res the demon.
Alright, I res the demon, and I want to try and have it run essentially D2 on the whatever has like an immediate transaction inside the hotel room. Like I was saying, if there's like something like a card swipe on the mini fridge or on the phone.
Alright, I'm not sure what kind of program you could use for that.
Well, D2 is a controller program, so it's like it's essentially like here.
Let's have you do a programming check instead.
Programming check. So programming skill, you mean?
Yeah.
Cool.
So you're gonna write some code on the fly. Perfect. So you spoof the code gate and it lets you in. On the other side, you see a well, bring yourself into the code gate first.
What is that there?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see a watchdog on the other side. It hasn't been triggered yet. And you're allowed to pass through. But it might be able to sense you unless you use stealth or something like that.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and res stealth. Stealth is an evasion, so it runs on intelligence.
Alright, good. Actually, I think that it's used differently in this case than evasion stealth. This would be in meat space.
All right.
Don't you have a stealth program? Or a, like, some kind of counter detection program?
I have it up. Or I did.
Alright. So what's your program strength that you're using for stealth?
Oh, there we go. Evasion, stealth.
It's not your skill.
Stealth, mute.
It's a program.
Oh no, that was me running the program. So it has like a macro to run it, and it's basically just because it runs off. It's just like I think stealth plus intelligence. But let's see if it says anything in the program actually.
All right.
So it just says stealth mutes the net runner's cyber signal, making him harder to detect. Is still visible, but offensive programs will not react to his presence. However, the net runner can still see him. Icon sheet. I forget where the section is that actually says how you roll these.
Yeah, basically you take your program strength and add a 1d10 to it.
Stealth.
Do you remember the strength of your program, your stealth program?
Yeah.
All right. Uh-oh. So the watchdog notices you, but because you've disguised yourself as a new transaction, it's probably going to disregard you. Let's see.
Okay, and just for clarification, what is it rolling?
A 1d10 plus its strength.
Okay.
So it does not detect that you're not a new transaction, so it allows you to continue. There's a data, that's a CPU, and then there's a terminal upload link. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm not exactly sure how that works. Can I move to spaces that are like, let's say, taken by that, or I have to just move adjacent to it?
Yeah,
like
if you want to move into the space, you have to go through this square first. I mean, hold on.
Oh no, yeah, I know, but I just mean I can't. Can I land on this space, or do I have to land on an empty one like that?
No, you don't have to land on an empty space.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let me just go. It's supposed to be 3 spaces, right?
It can be up to 5, I think.
Or is it whatever my
I think
my
it's
speed is?
up to 5, I believe.
Okay. Well, either way, actually, yeah, I'll just move to this empty space. That way, I can examine the stuff around it. But yeah, that one right there.
Do you need me to move your token?
No.
Okay. So as you pass through the square with the data in it, you find a prompt for another input for some data. Looks like a search query.
Oh, okay. Like so it's not like a code. This is like an input terminal for.
Well, that's how it
whatever.
shows up for you, but it's basically a square that has data.
Okay, and this one there. What did you say that was? An upload
It's a link, yeah.
link.
It's so that this repeater station can communicate with the other banks and stations and data fortresses.
Gotcha. Okay, so I want to just enter Jack's bank information there
Okay.
as a query, and along with today's date, and with like a greater than whatever time he went, whatever time the show ended.
All right. The data spits out. There's a 75 ebb transfer to Green Line cabs, and then it looks like 10,000 to Blind Lady 30 minutes ago.
Oh, sorry, Blind Lady. That's what it was called.
Correct.
All right. Yeah, I don't have a flip switch or anything, so I'm gonna need to jack out
All right.
before I can relay this to anybody.
Well, Turbo's already there. He's trying to call you. Let him know that he can't get in.
Okay, that was the same. I would have known that that's where they were heading to. Okay. Yeah. Either way, I can't really use the bank access point to. Let me see. Is there a way that I can basically leave a tip for the bouncer in Jack's name for him to let his guys in?
Wait, in the repeater station?
Yeah, as just like an outgoing transaction to Blind Lady's front terminal.
I'm not quite sure what you're trying to do.
Sorry, I'm trying to bribe the bouncer from where I'm at for him to let in Turbo.
Okay. You would need the bouncer's bank information.
All right, yeah. I just thought maybe he was like running some kind of data pad or something with like a list on it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and jack out then.
Okay. Your terminal tells you you have a message.
All right, let me check it real quick. What does it say? Is this text or his voice?
It's text from Turbo. You can guess what it says.
All right, I'm gonna hit him back up. I don't know if actually he'd probably be outside of range of mass comms. I'll just send text back saying, yeah, I definitely last transaction came from the Blind Lady. That's all that I saw on there. And I'm gonna say, where are we at? All right. So he's relaying that they're having difficulties, whatever, getting in because of style and whatnot.
Rusty,
I'm going
did you roll a wardrobe and style check, Rusty?
Oh. You need me to?
Do you want to? I mean, it might just be embarrassing.
But you might as well.
Yeah, why not? Need to draw attention to us
No,
anymore.
you get shot down too.
All right.
Well,
So I'm there. I'm there in the hotel, and I'm hearing about like they're having troubles getting in because of their style. And I'm gonna ask Angus if he's got anything I can borrow, and I want to try and fix myself up in the mirror before I take off to go head over there.
You can try to persuade him, but he seems a bit agitated at the moment.
Oh, actually, yeah, he might be able to get us in too. But let me go ahead and see if I can't fix myself up in the mirror. I'll try anyway. I'll try and persuade him. Hold up. This is gonna suck. I'd be like, hey man, you got a vest or a coat or something I can borrow? Just, these guys are trying to get into the club over there, and they got nothing.
I didn't pack real heavy, bro. Maybe I can smooth things over. Maybe I'll go with you.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I'm gonna try and go ahead and fix myself up in the mirror anyway and see if I can't. Whatever. So I'll roll wardrobe, I guess. Wardrobe or personal grooming, it doesn't matter.
If you roll personal grooming, it might give you a bonus, but you seem to be looking pretty dapper.
All right, yeah, I'm stopping and I'm taking the time to kind of like, set up my hair. I'm using all the like products they got in the bathroom, and I'm trying to like, make my shit look nice, so I still look like bangy chic, but I'm still wearing the fucking denim tuxedo over here. So I'm like, all right, man, let's roll out, see if we can't get these guys in.
Well, lucky for you, New Renaissance is this month's in fashion.
Yeah. Oh, and I get IP, right?
Yeah.
yeah, great.
You probably find when you're looking through Tinker's stuff, a jacket that barely fits you if you leave the zipper open.
It's fine.
Women's size.
It's fine. It's fine. I think I'm doing good. It'll be all right.
They'd probably give you a +1 to that wardrobe and style, but yeah, you're fine. Okay.
All right, man. Let's see if we can get into this spot.
So you guys pull up, you and Angus just has a short little conversation, and the two of you get to go inside, but the other two stay outside.
Damn.
And inside the place is an uproar. Some guy whose face is hidden in a domino bet 10,000 on the electro roulette wheel, won, and then bugged out with the chips before he could be stopped. It only took a quick security sweep to discover that the wheel had been spoofed by a small gadget. No one is sure exactly how, but everybody, there's people that are talking, like, you ask, hey, what's going on? And then someone just kind of like tells you all this. Someone found out that it got spoofed by a small gadget that no one knows exactly how. You, as a netrunner, might know that if you use control remote, you might be able to do something like this, to spoof some of these, things, like the roulette wheel, for instance. Especially if they're running on electronics and, are connected to the net somehow.
And I'm gonna lean over to Angus and say, hey, you know if Tinker's got any netrunner skills?
Roll electronics or cyberdeck design.
Nice. Crit.
So give yourself 10 IP. But you also realize that, one of the props that may have been taken could have possibly, been able to
Been used for something like this.
Yeah. They wouldn't necessarily need, Tinker's skill to do that.
And this was to mess with the roulette wheel.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. So this is probably some kind of just like something that creates like a mini magnetic field or something because it's just drawing the ball to where they want it to, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, and Angus is having this conversation with Blind Lady Security.
No. You guys are just kind of like talking to somebody who seems to be there.
Like one of the hands working there, one of the like not really a dealer, but like the roulette boss.
Yeah, I mean,
or just like a patron.
Probably a patron.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna ask him, did they get busted?
No, they're still looking to see if. Well, I guess the guy took off, so they're kind of not sure what to do at this point.
I'm gonna look over to Angus and say, "What do you say we try our chances trying to get security surveillance out of here?"
So, anyone want to make an awareness notice check while they see what's happening after, the security here is kind of at a loss for what to do? Can probably observe them very carefully and see what happens next.
Oh, sorry, I was saying, all right, yeah. 20.
Ooh. Even us outside? Okay.
Oh, nice.
Rusty, you're outside, right?
Yeah, so it's nothing.
Okay, so here's the thing. When you see some of the security push their way through the crowd talking to each other in Chinese, there's 4 tough-looking Kongs, British Chinese exiles. They come out of the club with, they're all well-dressed, just like these guys. They've got weapons, and they're all talking to each other. They're all heading for these really nice, flashy cars. And they say to each other something in Chinese, it sounds like, Cantonese. But the only word that you're able to pick out is Olympus.
And we have masked comms on us, so as long as we're within 10 miles of each other, you should be able to talk to us.
They get into a big Mercedes, a 725 SEL, and then zoom off. You might have enough time to get into your vehicle and chase them, because you're outside.
Let's go. Well, Rusty says that.
I mean, shit, fuck it, fine.
All right, you let us know. You let us know that you're taking off.
Yeah.
So
Following some people.
make a driving check.
that are
Whoever's
sort of
following.
benevolent.
Okay, I'll do the drive.
What was that you said, Rusty? I'm sorry.
Oh no, yeah, I was saying they told him on comms and whatnot that we're chasing after a few people. Something about Olympus.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I'm gonna lean over to Angus. I'm gonna say, hey, these triad guys might have a lead on them, and they might be chasing after him. They just took off in Mercedes heading after. Does Olympus mean anything to you?
No. Well, let's hope you guys are able to stay on target. which it looks like Turbo is able to do. He stays far enough away from them even that he doesn't arouse their suspicion that they're being tailed.
By a white band with a lot of instruments.
Well, you guys realize that, normally security wouldn't leave the club they're guarding like that.
Mhm. So a lot of guys. At least how many?
Excuse me?
At least how many guys did we saw rush out?
Did you make an awareness notice check earlier?
Oh. Awareness notice. $19.
You noticed 5 guys.
5. So they stop, or are we still following?
You're still following them, but you make the communication to Toma and Angus.
All right, and I'm gonna tell Angus and see if we can't at least try and catch up with them so that we can back them up if anything happens.
So as you guys are heading out, you run into Tinker, who says, "Hey, help me!"
What the hell?
And the Kong's security seems to be like right behind her, and they start shouting.
Inside me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna say hold up, and then I'm gonna say I'm gonna say hold up. We have to grab Tinker, and I'm gonna head after her.
Well, no, she's asking you for help. Like she's.
Oh, I thought she was running. Okay, I was like, what the hell? Just come on, let's go. And I'm gonna grab her and get her to come with us with Angus and me, and just get in a car and go.
So, this Kong guy starts harassing her a bit, but once he sees that she's leaving with you, and you might have to persuade him a little bit to get.
Yeah, I'm gonna like pretend like I'm like the jealous boyfriend, and she was just like going out and getting drunk. And I'm just be like, come on, you gotta do this every fucking weekend, please, Jesus Christ, will you just go home? Let's see, hold up. You said like persuasion fast talk, right?
Yeah.
$11. Oh, I forgot it was an empathy skill. I would have added luck. Shit.
All right, so they follow you. He's got like, I guess there's just one security guard that's like trying to pull you back into the club. Maybe you can try one more time.
All right, and also I just had 10 IP sitting there in front of Persuasion Fast Talk, so I'm gonna go ahead and put that in, at least make it a 1.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna add 3 on that I didn't spend earlier of luck to make this roll. And I'm just gonna say, I'm sorry, I have no idea what she did, but she just gets like this. She gets drunk. She decides to go out with her friends. She fucking goes out. Whatever she did to you, I'm so sorry. I just need to get her home.
He eventually kind of like lets it go. He realizes that they think they've got their man. He hears something on the comms.
Fuck. We better get moving. All right, and I'm gonna just like, come on, let's go, and then try and get her in the car with Angus, and then basically try and like question her on the way to try and catch up with Turbo and Rusty.
Okay. Oh wait.
Sitting the fan.
Come on a second. All right, so you guys roll up and you see the Mercedes that left the club. It's sitting out in front. It's sort of parked illegally.
Yeah.
Where do you guys? Where do you park your vehicle?
I guess block away.
A block away.
I mean, no, maybe it's inconspicuously.
All right. So you're like a block away.
No, I mean over here. This is okay.
Okay, so you're across the street then.
Yeah.
Got it. So neither of you have ever heard of the Club Olympus. Rusty, you and Turbo arrive first to find the Mercedes vehicle empty.
Mm. Alright, so it's empty. Are there bouncers here?
Yeah, but they apparently are, like, there's just one or two guys standing out front here.
Go. Try to convince the wardrobe inside. Basically. Okay.
Okay.
How much luck do I have? Just two left.
What did you do to change things since, I guess you were out in the car this whole time
Yep.
while waiting for... Okay, got it.
Maybe I should grab a bass guitar. Basically the instrument I need.
All right, make your wardrobe and style check.
Put some tool in it. Last luck. Oh my god.
All right.
Just there.
All right, let's go back to Tinker. So you can interrogate her or ask her questions or intimidate her.
Yeah. I just want to try a straight interrogation rule, I guess. And I'll go ahead and add one for fun. Because I don't really have any more luck after that.
Okay.
$11.
All right. Well, she says she thanks you profusely for helping her to get out of there, and says she'd forgotten her pack, her provisional alien card in her hotel room.
Yeah, but where were y'all going?
What do you mean?
And why did he take off without you?
Who?
You know who.
No, I don't.
So you're saying you came out here alone?
Yeah.
Where's Jack?
I don't know. What? Why would I know? Anyway, aren't we going back to the hotel? Where are you taking me?
No, you broke out of the hotel for with no reason other than to sneak out Jack, because I know he didn't do it.
What are you talking about?
Jack's missing. He took you with him. Where would he have gone? He might be in a lot of trouble right now because those guys, they only let us go because they think they caught who they're after.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. I haven't seen Jack since the show.
God, where's the fucking reason with skill? Yeah, I guess that's persuasion fast talk. It's not going to go any different because it's got just as much empathy as I've got cool now. Yeah, I'm gonna try and persuade her to give me any information at all that she might know, and say, look, I don't think anybody cares what you have to do with this, but you know everybody is screwed if something happens to Jack, and I'm pretty sure that about 5 guys in a Mercedes are about to draw down on him wherever the hell he is, so anything that you can tell me might help. And I'm going to try and persuade it.
All right.
I mean, you could have critted now. Anyway, 12.
All right, so she's not gonna budge. She is apparently lying to you, but she's not gonna, admit.
Yeah, no, Toma's not buying it either way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But we're not. I'm just gonna tell her we're not going back to the hotel.
She just brushes you off and says, "Well, where are you taking me then?"
Where the action is, and then I'm just gonna relay the directions of where Rusty and Turbo finally caught up to these guys at. And I'm gonna say, yeah, they basically pulled up in front of Club Olympus. That's where they stopped.
So you see, Turbo, where there should usually be 2 bouncers, there's actually only 1, and he looks a little bit distraught.
Oh, is this correct? Or is mad? So can I get in, buddy?
So, I'm sorry. He's not the bouncer. There's a suit who runs up to you guys before you guys get into the club. He asks if he could borrow his cell phone to make a call.
Oh, sorry, I left it in the car, blocked.
He explains. He explains that he borrowed his wife's brand new company BMW for the night and then came here just for a drink. You understand? Then some nutter in a mask pulls him out from behind the wheel of his Beamer and screams off into the night. He planned some heavy drinking and he set the autopilot beforehand for home, and he's concerned that the thief might try something on his teenage bride.
Oh shit! Where? Which direction?
Look, can we borrow a cell phone? Come on, let me call the police.
Wait, I think this is okay here. I let him borrow. I guess we have.
So anyway, he tells you the address, or you hear him on the phone calling the cops. It's in a rather plush part of town.
Okay.
And this club is actually kind of one of the rougher spots.
Damn it, Jack. I love you. Okay. Well, after he finishes the call, I'm gonna motion to Rusty to go back into the van, and this might be Jack. We might have found him. He's going to another. He's in a car that's autopilot to this specific address. I guess.
So you guys realize that Club Olympus is an expensive new club that caters for the jaded corpse and the flush street dealers alike. It's in kind of a rougher part of town, um, you know, and there's it takes its name from Greek mythology and from the armored beef boy Trojans at the door to the young nubile nymphs waiting tables. Club O is how it's typically called to locals here. It's though it's more removed from Little Hong Kong than the Blind Ladies, nonetheless in a rougher part of town. Um, so, yeah, this is a border zone where there's drug-hungry corporates meet street dealers clawing their way into the real world. Um, as you're talking to this guy on the phone, you notice the Seven Feathers crew, they pile out onto the street toward the Mercedes.
Well, okay. So yeah, after I get the phone, we're going to run back to the car and try to get ahead of the seven feathers.
Um, make a hide evade roll.
I'll never.
All right, so you're pretty obvious to anyone who's walking past. We'll see if they make an awareness notice check. Oops, should have only been 10. Let's do this. All right, so one of them seems to recognize you from, trying to get into the club earlier. You can try to do some fast talking, or maybe you could try to fend him off. Who did you drive over here with? Okay, so Rusty is in the car, I imagine, or is he next to you?
I mean, we were attempting to get into the Olympus, and then the guy just rushed out.
All right,
The guy with the
Rusty's with you then, and that makes you guys all the more obvious.
Yep.
Rusty, can you put your token on the screen? Are you still there, Rusty?
Maybe he's asleep.
There
Oh,
you go.
there he is. He's still muted.
Fuck. No, that was, yeah. Still here.
All right. So
It's just 1 o'clock here.
the feathers, before getting into their vehicle, recognize you, and they start to approach you. Hey, this guy's got your cell phone, by the way.
You give me back my cell phone.
He's on the phone with the cops.
I see. Mister, I need my phone back now. As the feathers are coming in.
Yeah, basically. So, I guess Noah, or Omega, you're closer to the feathers as they come in for you.
Shit, because they attacked me.
Well, they're asking you questions. Say, hey, didn't we see you guys earlier?
Yeah, no, you didn't. Listen, just because I look like a generic white dude doesn't mean you've seen me before.
Yeah, no, we've seen you before. You were just at the other club. Did you follow us here?
No. Why could we do that? But support and all that, you know?
All right. Make your persuasion fast talk roll.
Shit, got it, 1 second. Where's Swaying fast.
All right. So Turbo, the guy gets off the phone eventually and gives you back his phone. Or, since he's still talking to the cops, do you take it from him?
I guess we'll see. Mister, I need my phone back now.
So you either
Yeah, we gotta go.
you can roll persuasion fast talk, intimidate, or whatever. Or you could just do a pickpocket check at like a 10 difficulty and just take it from him.
Now, I'll try my persuasion fast talk. 16.
All right. He tells you just 1 minute. I'm almost done.
I need to go somewhere.
Right. He turns away from you.
I guess Turbo's oblivious. But they're just going like.
All right. So Rusty, you can continue to try to persuade these guys as you bump into Turbo, who's trying to get his phone back. You try one more time.
Listen, man, it's.
Do you have any luck?
You look fools.
Do you have any luck you want to add? No, you done?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
I've got luck.
Okay, you can try again. Your persuasion. If you want to add luck, add it before you roll.
Okay, I'm gonna do the company store I got. 7. I'm using it all tonight, boys. I have to head out soon anyways after this, it's way too fast talk. It's in a minute. Oh, maybe it was a good thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, you did not add before. Plus 7 to this 13.
It's fine. It still works the same way. All right. So you convince them that you're not their target, and they back off and get into their car. Or one of them persuades the rest of them. Hey, leave those punks alone. They don't have what we need. Let's get going. But they don't know where they're going, so they end up driving off.
Okay. Shit.
You get your phone back eventually, once he gets done with it.
And then I turn back to Rusty. Man, can you believe this guy? Come on, we have a minute.
Absolutely no respect here.
So you guys get the address to the guy's place, but you have to type it into your phone before you forget it.
Oh, what was it?
Yeah, you use awareness notice to see if you can remember the address. Otherwise, you have to persuade him to give it to you. Okay, you remember it. So you type that into your navigation app.
And I relay that to Looks like Jack's.
Thank you.
I radio to Toma or text that to Toma that Jack's not in Olympus, but he hijacked a car going to this address.
All right, good. So you guys are getting close. About 5 minutes go by on the BMW's track, driving through some less than salubrious public housing projects. You finally come upon the almost entirely stripped chassis of a car.
Jesus. This shit's going quick.
Oh my God, Jack! Where are you?
Roll a streetwise check. That's for Rusty and Turbo.
Oh, this is
Shit.
All right, so Turbo, you figure that you're probably beyond the normal military police patrol range. The MLA are the martial law advocates. That's what MLA, martial law. So these guys are the ones that you saw at the airport with the automatic weapons and the tactical gear. So you figure that since you're beyond their range, that's why you're kind of in a lawless area here where this car's already been stripped to its chassis and it's only been parked here for a few minutes.
so basically the guy lives in a combat zone. The guy that got hijacked.
No, I think that it just was going through this part of town to get to where he was going. And
then somebody attacked.
Or maybe something else happened. You're not sure.
Is there signs of crash or something?
Make your awareness notice check.
50.
Okay, so you'll see that Entropy didn't quite care for where the autopilot was heading and put a 5mm slug through it.
Oh God. What a man.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, here's just a little brief look. Even though you guys didn't get inside the club, actually.
Oh.
On their website.
Oh, damn. Wow. Zeus, the god of debauchery.
Right? Yeah. Where the gods go to play. It's one of the...
God flesh.
Yeah. The Trojans. And the nymphs, in their little spoofy clothes. All right, so the license plate matches the number given by the corp. It is definitely his wife's Beamer, or ex-Beamer, that is.
Well, it used to be.
I gotta track this. I gotta track Jack down.
Surrounding the late sedan as you guys roll up are a gang of psych needles, resplendent in their multicolored full-body tattoos, shaven heads, and minimal clothing. Give you guys a photo here in a second. They seem to be coming back on the vehicles as you guys approach it to check it out. Yeah, these guys are cute.
Oh.
Whoa, okay.
Oh damn.
That guy barely has any non-tattooed skin.
Right? There's a crowd that lingers around the car and trails back into a nearby pub. Everyone stops talking as you approach the vehicle. The mood is tense, to say the least, and there are signs that the gang members have been fighting. You gather. Okay, make a human perception roll, or persuasion fast talk, or any of the other communication skills. You could use intimidate, for instance, or interrogate.
Is that my roll? Oh, 20. Excuse me, can I... have you seen a rocker recently in that car that was dismantled?
Oh, okay, so, some dude just bought a bunch of synth coke and mixed a handful of hallucinogenic chips from the lady, took a massive hit there, and then promptly tried to hold up the pub with his C-13.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
And where is he now?
This dude's a fucking legend.
I guess my radio is on and Otoma is just hearing this.
Well, there was a brawl. It's just finished. Lots of drugs and money were lost. The trolls defeated. Wiser heads have come to realize that Jack was indeed a loose cannon. He got lucky and escaped with just one bullet in him. But the Needles are angry and looking for blood. Anyone's blood.
Well, we gotta go and okay, thank you for the information then, Turbo. So where would the rocker boy go? I mean, the rocker, which direction he went?
Oh,
Last.
if we knew that, we wouldn't be here talking to you.
That's a good
Sick burn, guy. I'm just kidding.
I hear that from the radio.
Make an awareness notice check, both you and Noah, or Omega, since you guys are there on scene. The rest of you guys are still about 5 minutes out.
Oh.
All right, so Rusty, you notice that there's a blood trail leading from the pub. You can use track or survival to see where it leads.
Wilderness survival? Where is there like another one?
Yeah, no, wilderness survival.
Right. Let's do it.
Nice.
All right, so you see that it leads obvious enough away from the pub that a few of the Needles might follow it. That might force you to have to convince them otherwise.
Convince them not to follow the trail.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to do a persuasion fast talk then.
Well, you realize that there was a lot of money that was lost in this situation, and probably the way to convince them would be to make them whole again. And since some, people were probably killed in the scuffle too, that might be a little more difficult.
Do I have to pay them then?
You could try making a persuasion fast talk, or you could just leave and hope they don't follow you.
Shit.
But I mean, if you follow the trail at this point, it's gonna be pretty obvious what you're doing.
No, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Persuasion fast talk.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
So, you could walk away from this and they wouldn't bother you, but if you follow the trail from this point, they're gonna be onto you. You might have to use stealth, to kind of like evade their gaze while you follow the trail.
Got it.
But basically, you don't, you don't alert them to the fact that you know this dude. You just kind of like walked up on it and it's like, what's going on? Oh hey, well I hope you guys get everything back together again and find this dude. That guy sounds like a lunatic.
Yeah, you have no idea. God damn.
All right, you're not too stealthy, but they're just
Wait.
kind of like looking at you, going like, "Did you find something?"
Can I nudge Turbo and tell him to follow the blood trail, or I kind of distract him since I'm not stealthy Jack?
All right. Well, he's gonna have to perceive it first. Roll an awareness notice. So he doesn't really see what you're talking about.
Okay.
Turbo's going there. I wonder where you've been.
Well, so you guys are still standing outside the pub, where folks are the different. Okay, so the trolls left, and the needles are still hanging around, trying to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, I periodically text Toma.
Well,
Yeah,
so
can't find him yet.
about this time, you see there's a media presence who arrives on the scene.
Whoa.
This guy seems to be insufferably cheerful and persistent. A freelance scream sheet stringer, going by the name of I Spy. He cheerfully announces to everyone, "Hey, I heard that there's some Seven Feathers and police broadcasts that indicated that there was some action here. I'm interested if anybody wants to give a brief little interview, put you on the internet." He rides up on his little electro scooter and begins to pester everybody. He backs off to the people who act a little threatening towards him, but he gets one person to talk about what's happened, and he begins to interview them.
I just continue searching.
Eventually, he comes over to you guys and says, "Hey, what do you guys have to say about this situation here?" And he gets in your face a little bit.
I'm busy at the moment, sir.
He seems to be unwilling to be driven off.
I just like, can you? I'm looking for something. Try to athletics my way out of the interview.
Okay, so use your wilderness survival and track skill, either one, wilderness survival or track, to follow the blood trail. But you also got to use stealth, otherwise you'll attract the attention of lookers on.
Oh no.
So you're not very good at finding this trail of blood. It seems like Rusty knows where it is better.
He was.
Yep.
I guess Turbo will be whispering to himself. He was shot. Should be something. But he can't. He still can't find the turn. I guess while the media guy is still pestering him. So this media guy just went to here, like I understand it's like the combat zone, right?
Yeah, he showed up on his scooter.
I guess I'll turn the tables on him. And why would you, a media, go to here, a combat zone, in a scooter?
To get the story, man.
Does he look like he's wearing armor or anything?
He's wearing a press badge and a smiley face button.
Hey.
And he's got a third eye, looks like, tattooed on his forehead.
You Europeans are weird.
Well, I won't be obtrusive, but you might. What are you guys looking for?
You know, what happened? You're just curious, man. Deception.
All right. Well, you can persuade and fast talk him.
Oh, nice.
All right. So, you know, he goes in and tries to interview somebody else. I guess he's gonna try to interview Rusty. So is that your pal over there?
What is he talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a pal. What are you talking about? Leonardo?
Yeah, dude. Is that guy? You know him?
Yeah, he's a pal. I like him.
What's he looking for?
Oh shit.
You can do it. Resist. Resist torture and drugs.
Resist torture and drugs.
You can do persuasion fast talk.
Yeah, I'll try persuasion fast talk. Okay. I'm guessing he doesn't buy whatever I say.
No, he's basically like thinks you guys are onto something, and he wants to know.
Okay, we're looking for our dad. Our dad, you know.
He's like, no. What? Okay, I'll help you look.
We're brothers. We're looking for our father.
He plays along. He says, okay, what's he look like? Does he have a name?
His name is Johnny. Johnny Creation. I described Jack Entropy, but I made like a few inaccuracies to kind of throw him off a bit, even though
I just got it. How funny.
Yeah. I'm working on like 2 brain cells right now.
All right. You guys are pretty close to finding the trail of blood. You guys can make an awareness notice check and kind of figure it out where it might lead.
Oh my gosh, my awareness. I don't know what's wrong with this today.
So, Rusty, you notice that
Dude,
there's...
Europe is fucking Leo up.
Yeah. Well, so, Rusty, you see a chain link fence over like about 20 yards away, and it leads down a hill. Um, it might be where he went.
Oh boy. I point that out to Turbo. You know, he just keeps running.
There's a sign on the fence that says restricted, no unauthorized access, free fire zone. And even though it's a little bit down, that you can see the dark hulks of huge machines looming in the night and beyond the flicker's firelight. There's an abandoned
This guy wants to die.
It is an abandoned vehicle park for the abandoned England-Ireland tunnel project. Oh,
I swear to God, this guy just wants to die.
roll your education, general knowledge roll, or streetwise check.
Both of us?
Yeah. Okay, so you guys realize that the Ireland-England tunnel project is one that's been trying to get off the ground for a while. That was one of the other alternate jobs that the family network was going to put you guys on, but this seemed much more your style. Anyway, there's been some abandoned vehicles found in the tunnel, or as they've been doing the tunnel, they've had some abandoned vehicles. So that's what this is. This is the abandoned vehicle park for the project. Make a stealth roll.
Sorry, stealth?
Yeah, as you approach the fence, you don't want to attract the attention of the needles.
Oh God. So how badly do I fumble?
How did you roll on the fumble table yet?
It's a one.
Yeah,
It's not that bad.
So
Okay, not too badly. It's just that you're not very stealthy.
I imagine he's kind of like humming the Mission Impossible theme aloud. Then it's like,
Yeah. Probably.
Probably.
It's that bad. Yeah.
Yeah. He has no self-awareness in the singular moment. Well, in most moments, but
All right. So
in this one especially.
let me see here. Turbo, did you roll your stealth?
11.
All right. Looks like you guys weren't very stealthy. Okay, so you guys do notice that there's a group of people down here, but you guys are not close enough to tell what's going on.
Is this a gate or a gap?
There's a gap in the fence, and you can see a drop of blood right there. There's a large hole in the wire fence.
So we think we're stealthy coming in.
So there's a circular depression lit by a dozen huge bonfires, ringed around by 9 huge diggers. That's what these vehicles are.
Oh.
Roll a streetwise check.
Oh.
All right, so Turbo, you notice some logos. Um, there's a face-off happening here between two gangs. Does anybody have augmented vision or night sights?
No, not me.
So you can barely make out a demon logo on one of the guy or one of the gals. Apparently there's only females here. And you might. I mean, you imagine that there's just some gangs. There's a gang face-off happening here.
It's not a mud wrestling.
No, there's not mud wrestling. There's one. There's one person, lone person in the middle, who's bound up. It looks like.
Is it Jack?
Well, no, it's not Jack. You do notice also that a lot of the females have a right cyber arm with the matching demon tattoo. It looks like. They're all dressed in orange. The other gang you don't recognize.
Oh, it's some freaky cult shit. Great.
Do they notice us coming closer?
No, but somebody drags her off into the side here, and then two fighters come into the middle to fight. One appears to be from one of the gangs, the other one appears to be from the other gang. So they kind of face off each other.
Let's give these guys a wide berth. Like, go around them. But does the trail of blood lead across the circle?
No, but you hear a high-pitched hyena howl among the jeers and cheers of the fellow gang members as the two fight each other. One demon has a mega amp ghetto blaster and a tape of canned applause, which he flicks on when his homeboy scores a particularly good blow.
Guys, him,
So
one-man cheering squad.
So you get the impression that the demons are mixed. The other group is all female. No one has noticed you, and Rusty appears to be up here by the fence, trying to talk the needlers. Not that he just has. My friend just has to pee.
Just go around.
Shit, it's 221.
All right.
Are these vehicles rusted? Like they're not operable? Like maybe I'm checking them one by one,
Okay.
just so Jack is not in them.
For a second there, I thought you were talking about Pink Eye.
Oh.
It's funny. I'm gonna give you guys a little visual. Maybe.
Oh.
So yeah, they got wolvers and scratchers and looks like a billy club going at it with a lot of melee weapons.
The demons versus, I don't know, they got decided to not have Bruce.
So the diggers appear to be broken. These are the diggers that they used to make the tunnel with. But when you check the capacitor batteries, you see that they're still charged. Make a basic tech roll. All right, so yeah, you confirm that the batteries are still charged.
Oh, the batteries are like car batteries, so they're heavy.
These are electric vehicles.
That must be a big battery. Okay, I'll just note that. And try to continue to get around him. Maybe try to find the blood trail again.
All right, Rusty, are you just hanging out by the fence? What's going on?
Wait, I moved my character.
Where to?
I moved him next to Turbo. 1 second, let me refresh.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, it just wasn't showing me anything. Yeah, I was right here. But now I'm, yeah,
All right.
getting suspicious.
Make an awareness notice check to see if you can figure out what's going on.
Wait a second.
IP.
Okay, there appears to be a trial by combat. Looks like there's some one of the there's someone who's bound up and kind of pulled off to the side a little bit. Someone I think was going to defect to the other side, and now the duel is over whether this person returns to face the fury of her former gangmates or gets to go and be a part of the other gang. You hear people like shouting about the person who's tied up, like, yeah, let her get what she deserves, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, after a while, it seems a little obvious to you what the fight is about. After listening to the jeers and shouts. One of the demons is kind of using the ghetto blaster as an amp, and he's got a little microphone, and he's kind of giving like a little, like play-by-play, what's going on? So you catch a little bit from that. You guys turn around and all of a sudden you see I Spy right behind you. and say, "Hey guys, what's going on?"
You know, trial by combat.
Oh
People
shit!
beating each other up.
Oh shit! Really? Let me check it out. He like cranes his camera into view.
And now that he's instructed, continue on.
Huh?
No, while he is watching the trial by the fight, I guess we can continue walking
All right.
around the fight.
Well, he follows you guys.
But you were going to watch the fight, I spy.
What are you guys looking for? Can I help?
We're just walking, we're tourists.
All right. There's a little lull in the fight, and you hear. Are you watching the fight, or are you hanging out back here? What's going on?
Oh, sorry. No, I would continue to walk around the fight. You know, as long as somebody like say, "Wait, hey, who are you guys?"
All right. Well, you're not able to really lose this character, but you know, he's obviously like hanging on to you guys. Anyway, when you guys are paying more attention to the fight, you notice a lull, and Entropy Jack suddenly stumbles from the shadows. Although his motions are clumsy, they're also fluid and balanced. He is clearly high on another plane of existence. The fighters rarely stop, and the others look over at him, bemused. Jack strikes one of his stage poses, wobbles a little. If you're going to move, you're going to have to roll in for initiative.
No.
Initiative.
Anyway, in a slightly thick voice, he announces to everybody, "This woman," and he indicates the woman bound up on the ground, "bound by the triflings of existence, is my queen, destined to rise up with me above this petty plane.
Oh my god.
Go now, all of you, back to the worm tunnels from which you sprang." One of the demons clearly doesn't see Entropy as much of a threat and steps forward. Jack smoothly raises his hand and, aiming instinctively, gives the bloke 5 millimeters of reasons to change his mind.
Oh my gosh, Jack.
Straight through the left eye. He goes down,
Oh!
writhing.
Headshot.
What think you're up to?
A moment's stunned silence, and then with a roar that there's 20 of them, demons begin unlimbering iron menagerie or running forward. Everybody roll for initiative. Let's see here. Yeah, I got the turn order thing going, but nobody's turns yet.
I just reroll and then what 10?
I'm actually tempted to call it right here, because
As the same number. I mean, yeah, it's a good cliffhanger. Like Jack just off the demon, and now all hell breaks loose.
yeah. Also, we'll figure that the other two part of your party just reached the perimeter fence at this point.
So are we rolling into or what?
Yeah, Toma and Angus just roll up at this point. And they hear the gunshot go off.
Like their reaction, like, oh shit!
No, I'm just gonna, for the sake of expediency, just say that they're here.
Okay.
And if you want to, we can call it at this point.
Yep. I guess this is a.
I need to refresh. I'm like, wait.
Oh, I think I need to clear this. So we'll do initiative again next time.
Good game, guys. Welcome to Europe, Orphans.
Yeah, nicely done.
Good game.
Awesome, guys. Really fun playing with you guys. I hope you guys had fun too, and we'll continue this battle next time we meet, next Friday probably.
Yeah.
Next one.
Yeah, we're just doing Fridays now. I figured that the only reason we did Tuesdays was because maybe Pink Eye would be able to join us, but he seemed to not really indicate that he wanted to play, even though we made Tuesdays available for him. So I don't know if he's probably ditched us for other games that are more fun for him. No big deal. What was that?
So our slots open. I might invite somebody over.
Okay. Well, there might be a waiting list, so let's find out first. Maybe see if Pink Eye is really not interested in playing on Friday nights anymore, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, good game, guys.
All right, guys.
All right, you boys.
Good game.
We'll see how this shakes out next time.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I'll make new tokens for the folks here because I think that this map needs a little bit more detail. But yeah, we'll go from there. All right, thanks for playing, guys.
All right.
All right.
Very good game.
Yeah. All right, see you.
See ya. Bye.